If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
Woo! Like they said, you are a part of the Road Gang, and welcome to it. This is the most fantastic show on a hump day.
Hump day.
Yes.
Hump day. Get over that hump. I mean, it's a camelback sort of day, is it not, Phone Master Dre?
It's a wet one.
Zombie ideas in politics are failed or debunked policies and beliefs that refuse to die, continually reanimated despite evidence against them, often driven by ideology rather than data. Prominent examples include the notion that tax cuts for the wealthy boost the economy and the belief that Social Security requires privatization. I know that people think, wait, those are good ideas. No, they're not. No, they're not. There are conservative approaches to solving the problem of those things, and there are liberal, and there are reactionary, and there are progressive. But those are zombie ideas.
Yeah.
And I bring this up because I need you to embrace the idea of zombie ideas on this hump day on the greatest transpo show in the known universe. Of course, Road Gang Radio, where we spend the first 2 hours clearly helping you guys make a living. And then the second 2 hours when Lindsay Lawler joins us, helping you get a life. Exactly. Get a life, live a life, be a member of the living. Don't be a zombie. Don't be a zombie idea. I bring up the idea of zombie ideas because Dave Nemo shared something with me that Joel Morrow shared with everybody else, the words of a guy named Len Prince. I want to share this with you as part of a conversation today we're going to have on Road Gang Radio. I don't want you thinking that, all of these ideas are mine. These are the ideas of Joel Morrow being shared through the filter of Len Prince, or vice versa. Strike that, reverse it. For years... Not my words, by the way, what's coming up here. These are words of Len Prince, shared by former contributor on the old platform, Joel Morrow, who we like very much. For years, the ATA pushed the false driver shortage narrative as a justification for relaxing CDL rules and safety regulations. Why? Because the ATA has always known there was never a driver shortage, only a pay shortage for qualified drivers. And by the way, Len, through the filter of Joel, through the filter of Dave, brought down to you. For decades, the ATA sold this narrative to politicians to lower standards and flood the system with less qualified drivers. There was no real shortage. The increased labor supply drove wages down even further. Prior to deregulation, drivers earned inflation-adjusted wages of roughly $100,000 to $150,000 annually. I mean, it created that's not a working class, that's a blue collar.
Yeah.
That's a light blue collar. That combination of white-collar wages with blue-collar efforts. By the way, deservedly so. Today, that number sits closer to 50 to 75. Those lower wages made mega fleets' balance sheets look even better, often boosting stock prices. By the way, if you ever wonder why Creek Carrier's model is so successful, look, every business has its stuff, and I'm sure there's criticism people can level at them. I got to tell you, there are advantages to being family-owned, folks. Being family-owned means you can make 3-year investments and 5-year investments, new equipment, better services, better amenities for the employees, all that kind of groovy stuff. Stockholders say, where's my money? Want my money. All right, lower wages made mega fleet balance sheets look better, often boosting stock prices. That in turn allowed CEOs and upper management to cash in on stock options embedded in their compensation packages. In effect, the fake driver shortage narrative and executive stock incentives worked hand in glove to suppress driver wages while enriching leadership at the mega carriers that finance and control, like I said, these guys' words, not mine, the ATA. And by the way, you should check what it cost to join the National ATA organization. These foreign operators, what the ATA and mega carriers failed to anticipate was the tipping point, and we're there. We're in the middle of it, by the way, where declining safety standards would become an existential problem. Worse, the regulatory barriers they dismantled open the door to foreign non-domiciled carriers. There we are, unleashing the current wave of non-domiciled drivers that is now devastating the industry. Here's the other thing, too, and we need to go back and look at how all of this unfolded. Was this unintended consequences, or was the non-domiciled driver racket really intended to do exactly what it intended to do? That's a conversation that you can have with me or Phone Master Dre or everybody on the chat room. Good morning to you, Trucker Boasting. Good morning, Steve. Hope you're feeling a little bit better. I know you're recovering. Thanks for being a part of the action. At 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO.
These foreign operators routinely employ unqualified drivers who cannot speak English, defer maintenance, and skirt insurance requirements. Man, we've been talking about this, too, the idea of that, English proficiency deal. But we haven't talked about the deference of maintenance and the skirting of insurance. Let that land for a second. We get so wrapped up in foreigners. And by the way, you should be wrapped up in people who can't speak the language coming over here, being given a, toilet paper CDL and set out on the road. You should be concerned about that, friends. But we often, in doing that, realize that other things are going on. The deference of maintenance and the combination of skirting insurance premiums. The idea that when the only way insurance works is if everybody has it. It's the only way insurance works. I'm going to tell you right now, I don't want to get into the discussion of national politics or healthcare. The moment the Supreme Court said, you don't have to pay the thing for the ACA if you don't want it. I'm like, it's still there, and the marketplaces are still there. But the reason why the insurance companies are able to still run the racket they're running is they gutted it. That's fine. There are other solutions, free market solutions, other things we can do. I'm happy to change that game right there. I'm happy to change the health insurance racket if you can promise me that I actually can go to more than one company in my state. Every single state or every region has racketeering going on in the form of insurance. But here's the thing. We get back to this. People who can't speak English, people who defer maintenance, and people who skirt the insurance requirements, which means you got people who can't speak the language, who don't take care of the trucks, and then don't pay into the insurance pools, which of course raises everybody's premiums. To the surprise of the ATA and the mega fleets, those low-cost, low-carrier, low-safety carriers undercut rates to levels that are now unsustainable for everybody because you can't get anybody good in the industry. You create the shortage. They created the shortage. You could make the argument they created the shortage of what? Qualified drivers. Now, I have to be really careful how I say that. They created a shortage of qualified drivers, not because there aren't qualified drivers, but because qualified drivers. Okay, the old joke is, why did football players lose their strike and baseball players win their strike, Phone Master Dre?
Ooh, that's a very good question.
Baseball players can read.
Ah, touche.
Now, of course, that's not fair and that's kind of cruel. But right now, baseball players continue to get paid more than football players on a regular basis. You know why? Because I'm not playing that game with you. Salary cap, get out of my face. So you can maximize your profits, so you can buy one more yacht. No, I'm not doing that. And yet somehow baseball keeps making money. All right. I'm not sure whether to be sad or satisfied. By the way, not my words. These are Len Prince's words, who are actually being filtered through Joe Morrow, who are actually being filtered through Dave Nemo and passed on to me. I'm not sure whether to be sad or satisfied watching the ATA mega carrier master plan blow up in their face. It's encouraging to see the driver shortage myth finally collapse, but the door it opened has turned our industry into an embarrassing, unsafe mess. I'm glad the ATA's had a change of heart. Unfortunately, the damage is already done. It will take years to repair. Len Prince, and then, of course, Joel wrote, the ATA is no friend of truckers. This is a conversation that we can have. I think that the supply chain is a much more complex network than heroes and villains, although there are people inside of this who are genuine heroes and genuine villains. There's a lot of people in the middle. And actually, I would argue these days, in terms of what we actually wrestle with and have been wrestling with for closing in on a year here in our new studio space, but also what we're wrestling with here in regards to the business that we have to do, is I've discovered that most people aren't heroes and most people aren't villains. Most people are cowards. Most people are cowards. Most people look around the world that they're in, look around the injustice that is going on around them and say, well, as long as you leave me alone, as long as I get mine, as long as I get my paycheck, I'm fine. The problem is that if enough people don't get their paychecks, if enough people don't get paid what they should get paid, eventually you're the last man standing, and it doesn't mean that you've cornered the market. It means that the market has cornered you. And you are looking down the barrel of a bad situation. So at some point, and this is really crucial here too, you've got to master these issues, understand what's going on. Here's another thing too. Toss away your priors, because you may find out that the very people you thought were on your side aren't. You may find out that the very people that tell you you're wonderful are telling you that to make sure that you know you're not as bad or you're better than the very people whose side you should be on. All of this is a way of saying we are in the middle of amazingly transformative times. And you can sit on the sideline and you can say, well, as long as you leave me alone, I'll be fine. It'll be okay. I don't care about the injustice to my fellow man. I don't either. Maybe I do. But, you don't have to care about the injustice to your fellow man to know that what is happening to your fellow man is they're slowly working their way to you. 615-292-6366. Before we get to that phone call, I do want to say thank you, Chowder. Big thanks to you, man. We got that coffee delivery. We got it. It was here yesterday. Fueled up. We are fired up, stoked up, moving up. Have a cup of coffee, guys. We got some fun stuff coming your way, too. It is Road Gang Radio, the best transpo show in the known universe. And by the way, today is the first edition of Gloves Are Off. Bring it on. Let's get it on. You know all that stuff. Who's on the phone?
Man, let's see who it is. Who are you?
What do you want?
Hey, this is Trucker Bosun.
Hey, Trucker Bosun. What's happening, brother?
My man.
Hey, I'm not wanting to, cause any waves or anything, but
do it.
Yesterday when y'all were talking about the Grammys,
yeah,
it's their party. We're just the fly on the wall that gets to sit in and watch, because how people want to see celebrities and the networks make money off of it. But it kind of made me think. Do you think the reason that a lot of these celebrities voice their opinions on social injustice and political matters is because they know people are watching?
Oh, of
course. If it was just them and their party, do you think their acceptance speeches would still be full of all their political opinions as well as their thanking everyone?
Oh, of course not. Of course not. They know they have a platform. They know somebody's watching. And until people stop watching, they're going to keep on doing it.
I was curious. Just if it's just them and their peers, are they still going to be as vocal?
Sometimes. Some of them are. And because you also get people like Ricky Gervais, whose speech was dazzling to a large degree when he basically called out the hypocrisy of everybody in the room. Did you see that? Gervais basically said, Tim Cook is here from Apple, and many of you guys are happy taking paychecks from him and won't criticize him, despite the fact that they have slave labor over in China, and yet here you are complaining about something else. Oh, it gets called out. Absolutely. Oh, of course. That's the thing, too, is that as long as people keep watching, that's going to keep happening. My point about it is that there's always the best way you can kind of indicate that you don't want to put up with it is don't watch it. And remember this, too. Every time I watch the Grammys, Trucker Bosun, anytime I watch any award ceremony, with the exception of the Oscars, because I actually do keep up with that stuff, dude, I am so out of the loop on what new music is and what the kids are like in these days. The problem with people like you and I, and by the way, when I say problem, I mean problem for them, is that we discern now. You know what I'm saying? We don't chase trends. We are not an easy sell. We don't open up our checkbook for the next flashy thing. So we're not easy to sell to. So when you create a show like the Grammys, who are you creating it for? You're creating it for idiots with disposable income. Now, we might have a little bit of the second, but we're certainly not idiots. Make sense?
Makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
I don't watch award ceremonies anyway. I might catch, the winners and losers on online posts, but personally, I'm not interested at all in watching any of them.
Oh, no. No, I mean, it's, John Huston once said, it's a bunch of people getting together for a lot of self-gratification and giving the wrong people all the awards. I mean,
that's pretty much what it ends up being almost every year.
I hear you, brother. I hear you. By the way, it's just been interesting to watch this whole thing play out. We are now in the middle of the United States of unintended consequences, aren't we? This has been a spectacular year in regards to like the action. If you're a person who's scared of putting on your big boy pants and playing in America, terrible year for you. But if you like the action, have you ever seen a year like this in your life? Not since the Iranian crisis years. I haven't seen anything like this. It has been exciting. How about we use that word in the completely neutral fashion?
I haven't seen anything like this since the first Gulf War.
No. And the Gulf War was the exact...
Into the 80s.
Yeah, the Gulf War was the exact... I remember... Oh, my God, I remember that being on the tarmac over in England. I'll tell you this right now about that. This feels different because that felt like everybody was together. This feels like something completely different. Speaking of our country, I got to go do my pledge and national anthem, but it's good to hear from you. And I sort of a hornet's nest. You're part of this open phone. And by the way, you're a founding member of the original reconstituted road gang, brother, so you get to say what you want.
Yes, sir.
You got it, brother. All right, do me a favor. Say, now here's your pledge, national anthem, and a cup of Java. Can you manage it?
And now here's your pledge and national anthem and a cup of Java from Pastor John.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rocket the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Wednesday. Oh, Wednesday. Hey. Romans has a very good word for us this moment. Romans chapter 8, verse 6 says, the mind governed by the flesh is death, but the mind governed by the spirit is life and peace. You know what Paul just said? Paul says, we got to start getting our minds right. This is going to bless you because it blessed me. He said, wrap your mind around something that's going to give you life. Wrap your mind around something that's going to give you hope. Wrap your mind around something that gives you God's peace. And that is found in Jesus. So my brothers and sisters, get your mind right and let God move in your life.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Amen on this Wednesday at the Fastport Studios, Jimmy.
Not as pretty as it was yesterday, is it? That was a hell of a drive getting in.
Yeah.
Kept sending you to the wrong exit, to the wrong place, then finally you were able to come and pick me up. Really appreciate that, by the way. Really appreciate the ride this morning.
Anytime, my friend. And I love how people still drive the same in this weather. I'm like, y'all need to chill out.
You
All
need to
right,
chill
stop
out,
being
man.
so aggressive.
Stop being terrified, too. That's the big thing. You're
Yeah.
right. It's aggressiveness and being terrified. Oh, my God, is this rain on the ground? Now, I get black ice, all right? Speaking of the weather, our good friend Steve, when will this weather stop? I can't wait for summer. Good morning to you, Gregory. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good morning to you, Bruce Almighty. Thank you, by the way. I-40 West, exit 165, New Mexico, closed due to a wreck. That's the I-40 West, exit 165, New Mexico, is closed due to a wreck in the Albuquerque area. Thank you for that. Jody, good morning to you, man. The Paranormal Pie Man. What can we say, by the way, Dre? We can only say, yo. He's over Greenwood, Indiana. Our good friend Jerry Bowers has stopped in. Good morning to you. Our good friend Marshall Planner is in the house. Hashtag RGR, Houston, Texas, for a few hours. Maybe just a few and get on out of there, although it takes you forever to get out. What is it? In Houston for a few hours. Why? I'm driving through Houston. That's why I'm in Houston for a few hours. The topic of today's morning is the overturned rock. And one of the things that was pointed out by Len Prince in the letter shared by Joel Morrow, which was then picked up by Dave Nemo and then passed on to me. And I wanted to go back to the original content. Didn't want to summarize it. Didn't want to play those games. Read from the source what he said. The other thing about the English language proficiency situation, and we'll get to Steve's comment. He made a comment about enforcing the rules here in a second. But the other thing that he points out is it's not just what it means when you're driving. ELP doesn't just mean that. Let me show you how this is slavery. So you bring somebody over, and they're here illegally. So then you got them, which means if I bring Dre over here illegally, he can't do anything independently, anything with life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, because I'm like, you get off the reservation too far from me, brother, then I'm going to turn you over. I'm going to cut you loose. Now, there's a little leverage there, but these poor folks don't know it. They are bound to this person, okay? Which means you can't come to me and say, well, the equipment's dangerous. I'm going to electrocute myself. So what? Who are you going to tell? You want to go back to where you came from? You keep working. So the maintenance doesn't get taken care of. It's not just a matter of driving culturally separated. It's a matter of driving culturally separated and not being able to actually fix the equipment that you're in. And as we know, there was a time where maybe some shade mechanic, shiesty stuff might have pulled it off. These things are so complicated now. People can't just get under the hood and start messing with stuff. So the maintenance doesn't get taken care of, which also means I ain't got to worry about insurance for you. I'm not going to take care of that for you, which means because he doesn't pay insurance and I don't pay insurance, your premium goes up. The ripple effect of this is monstrous. And all of it, as Len seems to suggest, is about making sure that you can expand the stock options of the executives and the CEOs and the shareholders. All of that is set up that way. All of that is created that way. And the problem is that eventually, Henry Ford, you may have heard of him, his great breakthrough was the 5-day work week. I don't know if you know that, Dre. People had to work around the clock all the time. And Henry Ford had this crazy idea that if nobody can buy my stuff, then I won't sell anything. So I need to create people who can buy my stuff. And I need to create people who can buy my stuff and enjoy my stuff. If they don't have any time off, they can't enjoy my stuff. And if they don't have enough money, they can't buy my stuff. So I'm going to let them work 5 days a week at 40 hours a week, because at some point, the productivity begins to decline. The quality begins to decline. The world around me begins to decline. I don't want to see that kind of world. And so his amazing breakthrough was you get 2 days off. And you get paid what you're supposed to be paid. And at the end of the day, you get sent home. If you don't have the capital and the time, that's John Maynard Keynes, by the way, if you have neither the capital nor the time to enjoy the fruits of your labor, you get, this is Marx, alienated from your labor. And if you're alienated from your labor, you don't work as hard and the quality of your work collapses. I'm not a Marxist, by the way. What is it? The great line about Karl Marx? The analysis of capitalism was spot on. The solution sucked. Speaking of not sucking, no suckage, righteous man in a righteous land, our good friend Packrat is on the phone. Good morning to you.
Hello, bro.
Hey, good morning, Jimmy Mac and Dre.
Hello.
So Robert Kraft got snubbed.
Yeah, who cares? I mean, why the hell are we? I've been thinking about this. I've been stewing on this for a while. And Jerry Jones shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame either. None of them. Who cares? I mean, I am so sick and tired.
Okay.
What do these men need? What more do they? I need to. Now look, Bill Belichick. That's a conversation worth having. But what the hell are we talking about here? It's like, we got to let owners into the Hall of Fame. I'll go.
Yeah.
The $1 billion wasn't enough. Give me a break. Give me a break. Give him an honor. Give him a party at the Hall of Fame saying, hey, dude, if you were a player, you'd be a Hall of Famer. Let's move on. I'm so sick of that.
Okay. Yeah, I know. It's politics.
Really quickly, make you laugh, though, by the way. The Paranormal Pie Man says that Dre and I should record a yo, and I want to get Trucker Bosun's comment in here as well. It's basically a little-known and undiscussed form of trafficking. Trucker Bosun, you're spot on right. Everybody likes to talk about this, Pack Rat, like, oh my God, they're sex trafficking girls. What they really mean is they might seize my granddaughter. And they shouldn't seize your granddaughter, and that's not cool either. But trafficking comes in all forms and fashion, and you guys actually are having to fight a war against trafficking on two fronts, protecting the people of this country, but protecting people of other countries. I'm sorry, I'm in a bit of a pissed-off mood today. Go ahead, Pack Rat, something fun.
Okay. You're just talking about a little earlier about what Ricky Gervais said, and I read what he said. He was spot on. Like I always say that if I want to listen to politics, I'll listen to my dog. Just get out there, throw the ball, catch the ball, and move on.
Well, yeah, and the other thing is I lecture people all the time about this. It's like, I have people lecturing me about this, that, and everything else, and I'm like, dude, you drive a car? Yeah. Does it have a gasoline in it? Yeah. Well, you're supporting the House of Saud. You're bankrolling Putin. I mean, the Maduro government forever and a day survived on the whispers of its oil reserves. Give me a break. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Continue.
There's two celebrities I'll mention to you. You know who they are. That never mention their political affiliations or who they vote for. One is Michael Jordan, because he once said, "Well, Republicans, they buy shoes too." So, yeah. and pretty much everybody will know who Michael Jordan lined himself with, but he's never publicly made that stated it. And another one is Dolly Parton. She says, "The minute I tell the public who I vote for, I'll alienate half the fans that follow me."
Yeah, we told a guy.
There's no good in it. There's no good in it.
There's no good in it. We told this guy at Reads Across America. He was like, he was laughing about what Black Rifle Coffee was doing with liberal tears, and very concerned. By the way, and I'm going to make this really clear. Dre will tell you this. I'm not. There are people out there who's like, Jimmy's too liberal. I mean, there's a couple people who run associations who are like, he's so liberal. I'm like, you have no idea what I am. Has it ever occurred to anybody that what I'm doing is I'm challenging the way people think? If you think I'm not the most infuriating person around my liberal friends, you don't know me. It's like I get so tired. I am so sick and tired of every time I lose, I'm cheated. Every time things don't go my way, somebody rigged it. I'm so sick and tired of it as a mentality, and I find that's what people get wrapped up in, Pack Rat. It's like the idea that it's all become football. It's all become my team. Is it possible? Is it possible that nobody deserved to be fired in Buffalo? Is it possible that that's what happened there, that Sean Payton is a hell of a coach and simply has a really good quarterback and system, and Josh Allen played his ass off and made a couple of dumb plays, but so did Denver, and things happen. I'm at the point where every game isn't rigged, every game isn't fixed, and and that's what, and the trick is when you think that, you stop trying. I get sick of it. I get sick of it, and I get sick of what I call changing the rules because I don't like the outcome. I'm done with it. That's okay. Sorry. I'm in a bad mood and a good mood at the same time today. Yeah. We got to take a break. You want to hang on for a second with me? We'll take the break and then we'll come back on the other side and keep the conversation going. Guys, phone lines are open for the next 30 minutes or so. We'll get the Braz in here in an uno momento. But Pack Rat and I are going to hang out together a little bit longer. Come back on the other side. I'll read some news and get back into the conversation with Pack Rat. Hey, you hear that, man? It's the plump tuba kid.
Boy, he plump.
Boy, is he going to get some workouts this next couple of weeks, man.
Man, you ain't lying, and I'm going to miss most of it, and that breaks my heart.
Yeah. I got a couple of threatening phone calls to make today, Dre. You know what I'm talking about. I'll be right back.
Give us a call.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to Radio Nemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
Hit that like, hit that share, hit that subscribe. Tell your granny, tell your cousin, tell your auntie. This is Road Gang Radio.
Every single one of you Road Gang Radio anistas, every single one of you should share the webpage today. You should just go on your social media if you actually keep up with that. If you don't, by the way, God bless you. May you live for 1,000 years or until you get sick of it. You should share our website and tell people to subscribe, because we're going to be launching our new newsletter in the next couple of days. We want people to be on it. We got a lot of people who are waiting for something to happen. By the way, I just want to give a negative shout out to the Generalissimo of bungholes. A truck driver was found with counterfeit money after police tracked him down for keeping a company rig for personal use after being fired from the job. Let that land. Kevin L. Henderson, 40 years old, was arrested outside of Arconic Mill Products at 1480 Manheim Pike in Lancaster, Pennsylvania on Thursday, January the 23rd. I mean, what a bunghole. According to Daily Voice, a trucking company out of San Diego contacted police to report a stolen semi-pack rat. The company notified officers that a truck driver had been fired and instructed to return his company semi-truck around December 19th, but simply ignored it. I'm not bringing that in. So they tracked the truck to Lancaster, PA, and the local police arrived at Arconic Mill to find Henderson closing up the back of the tractor trailer. They identified him through his California driver's license. He told police he just dropped off a load. Yeah, he was dropping off a load on them, man, and admitted that he'd been using the semi for a few months to take on his own jobs. Instant odor operator after being fired from the company that owned the truck. They were given permission to search the truck. Hold on, wait. They found Ziploc bags containing a grinder and counterfeit $100 bills. Henderson was charged with forgery, receiving stolen property, and possession of drug paraphernalia. He was taken into custody. You think? He's since been released on $50,000 unsecured bail. First of all, who posted it? Number one. And second, was it in cash? Because if it was, maybe that money isn't any good. Good God Almighty, the Generalissimo of bungholes, Kevin Henderson. Good God Almighty. So with that, welcome back, Pat Rack. You have other things on your mind. What's percolating in there?
Jimmy Mack. Okay, the draft is. I haven't really looked at the draft yet, but I know the Raiders have first pick, and your Saints are at number 8, and my Bills are at number 24. So this is the question I have to ask you. So if Mickey Loomis were to call you, say, "Hey, Jimmy Mack, we got the 8th pick. What should we do?"
Easy. It's like whoever. If there's a couple of offensive linemen, if they're available, take them. And there's a couple of skill position players. I love Alvin Kamara, but we really need. It's like if Love is available, take him in a heartbeat. There are a couple of skill position players that they could really use. But if there is a really quality play in the NFL for 10 years offensive lineman available, that's what I would do. They need to get better protection. I mean, get some people healthy. They could possibly move Ruiz, too, who's on their offensive line. They could do that and maybe get some really quality draft picks if they can get quality draft picks out of it. The problem with not being higher, of course, is it's interesting, by the way. I love New York Giants fans who were complaining about how the Giants won one too many games. You got to win games at the end of the season. You can't tank the season because you're basically telling people not to audition for their next team or to audition for the team they're currently on. But the Saints got their guy, though. I mean, this should be a really interesting next year. And given the fact that I can't wait to see what they look like with 1 year under Shuck's belt and him having some more quality people. I am really glad for Shaheed, by the way, who's over in Seattle, that the trade benefited them, and it looks like it's going to benefit us as well, which is really good. We got rid of some salary stuff too, and we're going to be fine in the salary cap as well. So we're going to see what kind of plays out and happens. That's what I would do. I'd look at if there's a couple of offensive linemen, if they're available, take them. If not, look for some quality speed resources. They got the guy.
Well, they've also released Hayner. He's gone. So are they sticking with Shuck and
Rattler? Yeah,
Rattler
they're not giving up.
Yeah,
not giving up Rattler. That's the end of that nonsense. I'm telling people now, do not give. If you have a quality backup, you hold on to him for dear life. Everybody learn the hard way, as Denver learned the hard way. If you have a quality backup, you hold on to them for dear life. Dear life. As the Saints learned many years ago with Teddy Bridgewater, and having him available, he was 5-1 as a Saints starter, 3-0 in a very crucial stretch for them. So you hold on to your quality backups. Always do that. Always do that.
Yes, I agree. And I was going to say the Bills. You probably heard about the controversy when they're talking about how they traded themselves out of the first round twice and ended up with Keon Coleman. Yep. How would you feel if you were Coleman right now?
Not good. Not good. I wouldn't feel good. I'd feel like I got something to prove. Wouldn't you? Wouldn't you?
I guess you probably have the opportunity to prove that they were right in making that choice or playing out the draft the way they did. But on the other hand, I don't know, has Xavier Worthy, has he lived up to expectations? Because there was talk at the beginning of the season maybe they'll just use him as a punt returner.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Pack Rat, I got to let you go. I hung you around a little bit longer because I was unfair to you in the first half, but I got to get to Jody and some news. I love you. There's nothing you can do about it, and you help calm me down a little bit. By the way, Trucker's Voices, our good friend Tim says, bad mood, good mood, bipolar. Jimmy Mack, laugh out loud. I'm not bipolar. I'm just literally in the midst of a terrible cognitive dissonance. What is it? I've got one nerve left, and you're on it. Not you, but you know who I'm talking about. Thank you, brother.
Okay, you're back. All the best.
All the best to you as well, too. Steve says, politics and religion plus government equals a disaster. As for your comment about games, you're right. What happened to playing a game, win or lose, and getting satisfaction? It's how you play the game. By the way, my other big thing I've been saying recently is, and I don't want you guys to think it's negative, is that you only win playing by the rules if you actually help write the rules. Now, that sounds really cynical. It's not. If you do it in a democracy and a republic, you get a chance to help write the rules. Now, you have to realize other people are writing the rules. Everybody wants to know what the purpose of a republic is, right? Everybody wants to know what the purpose of checks and balances is. The problem with pure democracy is the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt is the great example of what can go wrong with pure democracy. They won by the thinnest of margins. Let me make this really clear, guys. There has not been a landslide election in this country since 1972. Since Richard Nixon's, that's not fair, since Reagan's 84 reelection. Because the one in 80, by the way, was closer. It was an electoral landslide. It was really close everywhere. It just, Reagan kept winning by the skin of his teeth everywhere. It was kind of a national trend. We haven't had a landslide election in well over 20 years. Genuine landslide election. Anybody says there is, they're a liar. They're a liar. They're a liar, and they're delusional. The closest thing we have to anything like that, and this counts the two Clinton ones too, because there was a lot of stuff that went on in those with Ross Perot. The closest we've had to that is Obama over McCain, but even that was close compared to what we've seen in the past. The problem is with what the Muslim Brotherhood did in Egypt was they got like 50-point infinitesimal, and then they acted like they had won in the massive landslide. You can't do that. You got to work with other people. Writing the rules means writing the rules together and everybody playing by them. And Steve is absolutely right. If you're going to write rules, you have to play by them, and it's as simple as that. That's what we're getting at here. We're going to go to Jody's phone call here right now. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Jody, another founding member of the institution. Go on.
Good morning.
What's going on, fellas? Y'all having a good day?
Yeah, I mean, I might my truck isn't full up with cocaine and counterfeit bills. I'm not driving a stolen semi, so I got no complaints.
He doesn't know what I have in my car.
You'll be dead in a half an hour.
Hey, it is what it is. The question is how long was he doing it before he got caught, and how much real money does he have stashed for those days when he gets out? So, I'm not condoning what he did, but, I mean, you got to look at that side of the story, too. How much money does he have stashed away? But, knowing that what he did with the truck, obviously he's stupid, so I'm going to go with none, but you never know. You know what I'm saying? You just never know.
I mean, and here's the thing. Somebody had some walk around money to get him out of the POCO. You know what I'm saying? Somebody owned something to get him out of jail. I'll tell you that right now, man. Somebody took care of him. There's something going on there. Counterfeit money. Good God Almighty. Good God. I mean, it's like, hey, if you're gonna break a law, go large. Why not break 2 or 3 more? Can I inspect the back of your truck? And then they go back there. It's like, what the hell are you talking about? Why would he say yes to that? Why would he keep talking? He is the generalissimo of bungholes. That's what he is. Straight up reality.
Well, that's my point about being stupid. Somebody comes in there and gets you out. Would you say $50,000? Gets them out for $50,000. Okay, the first thing, let me see your ID, and now we're going to be watching you because you just came up with $50,000 to get this idiot out of jail. Okay, so apparently, like you just said, you guys got something going on, so now we're going to watch you. So probably in about a week or two, you're going to say, hey, remember that story about the guy with the cocaine and the counterfeit bills I told you about 2 weeks ago? Well, his buddy got busted, and that's the story we're going to hear. Because, the cops aren't stupid. Somebody comes in and drops down $50,000, yeah, you're going to be watched. Yeah, it's just, people are stupid, Jimmy. They just are.
Yeah. I mean, my friend used to always say, you know what the problem with history is? People.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Okay, so what's going on? What's going on? As the weather has subsided, I'm sure you have a little bit more. You're not freezing your butt off even in sunny Florida. What's going on?
Well, I'm in very drizzly Georgia right now. We're heading north. Eventually I got to get up to Green Bay. I got something kind of stirring up in Green Bay, and if it all comes down, I'll tell you about it sometime next week. But so we're going from the nice 66-degree weather I had yesterday, beautiful sunshine skies, up to where I think it said it's going to be 8 degrees next Tuesday or something like that is the low up there in Green Bay. So I got the winter gear back out, and that's ready to go.
Yeah, I couldn't believe how gorgeous it was down here yesterday, man. I mean, Dre and I can tell you it was something spectacular. I'm sure you had a lot of the same thing going on up there. Over in your neck of the woods. Let me ask you in the long haul of things about this, in regards to where you're headed. How soon before you get back home? And when is your next extended period off?
Depends on which home you're talking about. So I'm going to hang around that area for a couple weeks, and then I got to get up to Michigan again. I got a couple things to take care of up there, but as far as getting down to Florida, probably the beginning of March, and then if all goes well, I'll take 4 or 5 days off. Right around within the first 2 weeks of March, something like that. I just, bouncing from place to place, no pun intended. Between Michigan and Florida, 2 places to take care of. I got to make an appearance every once in a while up there and make sure things are good up there, and get up there and see my brother, make sure things are good with him. Try to go have some dinner with him. By the way, I haven't been keeping up with my emails. Things are looking really, really good. My niece has finally got him registered to get all of his vet benefits that his bonehead, soon-to-be ex-wife that I hope that I never see again, because I don't want to get in trouble if I do see her again. And you know the story. You've heard the story. But, so she was totally against him getting his vet benefits. So my niece has got it to where he's going to get them, but now it's between her working and you know how all that goes. Got to take him to all these doctors all the time. So she's a pretty busy individual, off work, taking time off work, running her father to the doctors and stuff to take care of something that should have been taken care of years ago. Now she's trying to do it all in record time.
I understand.
If you understand what I mean.
No, I know exactly what you mean. We're going to keep up with it. Jody, I got to float you. I got one more phone call I got to get to. I got to get ready for the Braz. I got some news I got to cover, but it's good to hear from you. Please be safe. Georgia man with a Georgia plan. Just get there where you got to go, okay?
That's the plan, but before you go, 200 miles so far today, and I've seen 5 accidents, and all 5 involved tractor trailers. So, guys, and it's all been here in Georgia, all on 75. So, guys, just slow down. All right, it's miserable out here. It's drizzly, foggy. Just slow down and take your time. That's all I can tell you, Jimmy. 5 accidents, all 5 involving tractor trailers with cars.
I love it. I love it. Be good, be safe, and everybody listen to Jody because he knows of what he speaks. Everybody just keep watching out for themselves. Thank you, Jody.
Later, guys. Talk to you soon.
The DeKalb County Sheriff's Office arrested a man who they say was basically, working his magic on a sophisticated multi-state diesel fuel theft operation. Yep. So at 2:20 a.m. on February 2nd, a deputy with DCSO stopped a U-Haul van traveling east on Highway 117 in Matone, Alabama, near the East River Road. While conducting the traffic stop, the deputy spotted large tanks containing 600 gallons of diesel fuel stowed improperly within the rear of the van. Michael Alvarez, a U-Haul driver of Los Angeles, California, the U-Haul driver of Los Angeles, California, the only one, no, the guy driving that U-Haul, did not possess a CDL or have any of the proper paperwork or documentation required to haul motor vehicle fuel in the state of Alabama, according to police. Sounds very sophisticated. A search of the U-Haul van uncovered a bag containing electrical switches, wiring, remotes, and battery pack, which raised suspicions when coupled with such a large amount of diesel fuel in the close proximity. Other agencies, including the DeKalb County Drugs and Major Crime Units, Mentone Police Department, and the Alabama Law Enforcement Agency and the Federal Bureau of Investigation, responded to assist in the investigations. What they later learned was that Alvarez was conducting a sophisticated multi-state diesel fuel theft. Why do they got to say sophisticated? There's nothing sophisticated about this. Which consisted of illegally hijacking diesel pumps at truck stops across the country. Alvarez had traveled from New Jersey down the East Coast, gaining access to an unknown number of diesel pumps to essentially scam the pumps into dispersing fuel without paying, DCSO said. Alvarez was charged and arrested with felony unlawful motor vehicle fuel transport, receiving stolen property first, possession of burglary tools. The Department of Homeland Security was also notified and will be assisting in the investigation. I'm not really sure if that's sophisticated. Are you following me why? Am I making sense here, Dre?
Mm-hmm.
And the reason is, guys, is sophisticated means, okay, first of all, it means you're not going to catch somebody who actually is sophisticated, because sophisticated means the illusion of legality.
Yeah.
Sophistication is not the theft itself, because, man, the kind of stuff we're talking about here, it would take me 2 to 3 days to teach you how to do this.
Yeah. Sophistication, they think of everything.
Yeah, sophistication is the guys from Heat.
Yeah.
That's sophistication.
Den of thieves.
Where people look like legitimate business people, where people look like you, where suddenly it's like, oh no, my paperwork's in order. Where even the fraudulent paperwork looks like you're on top of this stuff. That's the reality of this. Okay, we got a phone call. Who is it?
Oh man, let's find out together. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Showtime.
It's our time. It's your time. No, it's no time but showtime. Hey man, what's going on?
Right.
For sure.
Oh, not much. Just headed home. So, the guy with the fuel, they forgot to charge him with one thing.
What's that?
Tax evasion.
Yep.
I'll guarantee, so all that fuel, that's all road tax money. So they need to hit him with that too.
Absolutely. But do you see what I'm saying? Before we get, I want to hear your longer thoughts. But do you understand? I hate when they say this is sophisticated. This isn't sophisticated. I mean, you and I could do this. You know what I'm saying? I mean, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, I go back to what Tulsa detective Sean Sticks Larkin says. They don't catch the smart ones.
Yeah, I'm going to let that land for a second. That's what I mean. That's the exact same thing I was thinking. Or when they do catch the smart ones, they catch them. I mean, I hate to use the example of Heat, which, by the way, is based off a lot of truthful kind of stuff. Catching sophisticated folks like that does not involve a state trooper. It doesn't. It doesn't. And of course, the state trooper, by the way, let's forget about being able to eyeball a sophisticated thing, the courage of that trooper, because that's the other thing that we don't talk about with law enforcement. Sometimes, this is where law enforcement, this is where it's so complicated and why the training is so important. You spot something like that, dude, I promise you, that went the way it went, because when he spotted it, he probably spotted it a lot earlier than they're letting on, so that he could call in the backup necessary. That's the crucial thing too. That's why de-escalation is so important. Okay, let's go back to our friend who has, plates in the back of his truck, right? The reason he was willing to let them see is because they de-escalated. You know what I'm talking about here, right? They made him feel at ease enough so that he would open the truck up. And because here's the thing too, all those guys were thinking, if there's something really bad inside, think about the genius of what those cops did with both these guys. Because man, you're talking about two guys that could very much draw down, right? I mean, I'm willing to bet there's a gun someplace in all of this, right?
Right. Well, and the other thing was the guy that kept the truck and was out using it for himself. Why wasn't he charged with theft, with auto theft or grand theft? I mean, he literally stole somebody's truck and was using it, didn't return it, which then you got to fall back on what kind of company did he work for? Because that means he had no fuel card. So how was he, getting the money himself and paying for his own fuel and everything else? He had to be going by scales because they weren't. You'd think that would have shown up on a license plate reader or something that truck was wanted.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of unanswered questions. That's a good point too. There's a lot of unanswered questions about the company itself, although they were the ones that did contact the police. I have a feeling, if I'm guessing, is that I'm guessing that it really isn't a freight company. I'm guessing that it's something else, and they have one or two trucks available. He just stole one. I'm thinking, best case scenario, it's the Guy Fieri thing where it's like, we're going to handle this ourselves. We'll get a truck. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, and I think it's one of these where, he's out all over and they said, you're fired, park the truck at this spot, we'll come get it. And he just never stopped. He just kept going. Well, I'll just, I'll guarantee you both ends of that deal are shady. Let's put it that way.
Oh yeah. The only way both ends aren't shady is if the company is just simply stupid and naive, which, by the way, come on, man, there's no shortage of that around here either. But there's no situation where the people who actually own that company are on the up and up, either in regards to illegality or the ability to actually properly run a business. Absolutely agreed. But I want to get back to the police. Go ahead.
Well, it's probably a 1099 employee. Probably. So, doing it that way.
The other thing is, though, I want to go back to these police for a second here about what the job is and why de-escalation is not just a matter of a nice thing to do. Is that you want to make the suspect, you want to make the person as at ease as possible to either, if they just are going to walk away and just don't want them around. But you also don't want them to think it's going to go sideways. And I'm willing to bet that the real praise here isn't about catching a sophisticated operation in either case, is the fact that somehow these guys managed to bring these things, because both these guys had to know, man, they're going to jail for a long time, right?
Right.
And both these guys.
And there's a guy I follow on YouTube called Angry Cops, and he's a Buffalo SVU detective, and he has his page, and he's been on the Unsubscribed podcast and some other things, But he's an SVU detective, so, he's dealing with pedophiles and stuff like this, and he goes, you try to be their friend because the more you talk to them that way, the more they'll open up to you.
Right.
Like they were trying to find where a gun was one time, and the way he was wording it to the guy, he's like he's being nice, and the guy goes, yeah, it's behind the chimney on this shelf. So he's like, they run out of the room and, call the guy to the scene. Hey, get in the basement and go behind the chimney. That's where the gun is. Stuff like that.
Let me, Showtime and I are going to give everybody out there some advice. Okay, Showtime, you pretend to be a cop and I'll pretend to be a suspect, even if I've done nothing wrong. You just have suspicions of me. Come on and ask me a question. Ask me something. Anything. Just make it up. Make it up.
Oh, God. I can't even make it up. I don't know what what are you doing out this late at night? Are you were you getting something to eat? What are you doing out here?
Yeah, I'm happy to show you my ID.
Yeah, and they're not going to do that.
Yeah, I'm happy to show you my. I'm happy to show. It's like do I need an attorney? No. Okay, well then I ain't got to talk to you. Guys, listen. Do I need an attorney? No. If they tell you no, then you can just simply say that I ain't got to talk to you. And by the way, this is not to. I want police to succeed. I want law enforcement agencies to be safe and sound. But I'm telling you guys, you have the right to remain silent, and you should utilize that right. They're not your friends. They're not your friends.
Right.
And they got a job to do, and so do you. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Right. So one other thing I called about when you're talking about the driver shortage earlier. So I was right all along. I've said this since 2000. The ATA got all these mega fleets to drive the rates down, and now when they couldn't drive that down anymore to get in cheaper labor, now they're pushing all the non-domicile CDLs, and that's where the disaster is we're in. Because you go back and think about it, and the guys that have been out here for a while understand this. We used to have 24-hour restaurants, and they were always busy, even late at night, because we were on the 10 and 8 schedule, so everybody was on different schedules. There was always parking and everything else. And all of a sudden they jump in, we got to put everybody on a 14-hour day. We have to go on a 24-hour clock. We have to do all this. And then I watched the restaurants get emptier and emptier because the mega fleet drivers couldn't afford to go in there and eat, and they were eating roller dogs. That's all they could afford.
There it is. There it is. By the way, I got one more joke before we get out of here. Joe J. wrote, we can't take $50 bills. There's been way too many counterfeit. Do you have something smaller? And then the guy whips out a $25 bill. Thank you very much. Thank you, Joe J. I got to get out of here. I got to take my break. But good. Last thought gets to you.
Don't forget, George Floyd started all over a fake $20 bill. And when they said they were calling the police, he didn't leave. He stayed there and waited. Think about that.
Let that land for a second.
Have a good day. I'm off. I'll talk to you guys maybe later next week or the following week.
Be safe. Keep us in the loop about what's going on. Always love those pictures. Thank you so much, Showtime. It is showtime for Robert Braswell, by the way. The Braz is going to be arriving on the scene here, lean and mean, with another edition of Tech Talk from TMC. Hey, guys, go to truckdown.com. Get that truck out of the ditch. Get back into the game. They've been doing it for, 30 years. 50 states, 8 provinces, truckdown.com. We'll be back on the other side of these messages. Tech Talk with TMC and the Braz.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
Guys, we have an education station coming up here in just a half an hour. But before then, as always, we are thrilled to welcome back, as we always do, our good friend Robert Braswell with Tech Talk with TMC. How you doing, my friend? How's the world treating you? And is the weather getting any better in your neck of the freezing?
Well, things are doing great out here in the D.C. area. We are above freezing for the first time in like forever. And, 33 degrees, I feel like I should go out there and wear shorts.
Yeah, it got to 45 in the morning yesterday. I walked outside and said, I ain't got to wear a jacket. It was kind of nice. It's getting kind of better out there. You guys have been doing a pretty terrific job over the last couple of weeks of kind of managing to couple all of your discussions in the frame of what is going on with the weather. But there's so much more out there. What you got on the docket for us today?
Well, today we're very pleased to welcome to the program Paul Menig with Business Accelerants. Paul's a Tech Talk with TMC veteran. He's also a longtime TMC member and, of course, a Silver Spark Plug recipient. That's our council's highest honor. Today we're going to be talking about some technology changes that may or may not improve, or at least change for sure, the way we approach vehicle starting and charging. But before we get started on the program, each week we like to make a special offer available to our listeners. This week it's our TMC Preventive Maintenance Inspection Manual for technicians. It's always good to know the best way to do a PMI, and this is a great primer for you to learn how to do that. We're offering it for the special price of just $25 plus shipping and handling. You can order it by calling our customer service line toll free at 1-866-821-3468. Mention the RadioNemo program. You get it for that special price. Also get us on the web at tmc@trucking.org. Send us a note and we will hook you up with the manual. Also, if you're an owner-operator or you're a small fleet with 100 or fewer power units, you can join the Technology Maintenance Council for the discounted annual dues of just $150. Do that today. You will get our 2-volume recommended practices manual and many other great benefits too. So call us at that same toll-free number if you're interested in signing up. And Jimmy Mack, we always remind our listeners at the top of the program that any recommended practices we discuss reflect the consensus of our members. We offer them as recommendations only, and everyone must first determine for themselves if they are safe and appropriate for their operation. Please remember that TMC doesn't endorse any product, person, or service, and the opinions expressed in the show are those of the individual and not necessarily the opinion of his or her company, nor TMC, unless stated otherwise. And with all that out of the way, please welcome to the program this morning, Paul Menig. Good morning, Paul.
Good morning, Robert. Good morning, everybody. Great to be with you again.
So, as Jimmy Mack mentioned last few weeks, go ahead.
I'm sorry. By the way, it's going to be 60 degrees here today in Portland, Oregon.
Yeah, we don't want to hear that. Anyway, Jimmy Mack mentioned, we've been talking about cold weather for the last few weeks, and so now we're going to kind of shift gears a little bit, make more of a forward look to the program, a little bit of a future truck forecast, but focusing on starting and charging systems and some of the things that might be changing not too distant future, very short order, as a matter of fact. The model years we're going to be talking about are just around the corner, that are going to impact, the ways that you specify, maintain, and repair starting and charging systems. So let's talk a little bit about that. Set the stage for us a little bit. Why is there a need to make a change in this area, and where are we going?
Okay. Well, I was doing some research recently on where we're at with the starting charging system and delved into what are people offering today, what are the problems. I even went out to a couple truck stops and knocked on the doors of some cabs and politely asked people some questions about what they're experiencing. And I thought maybe 20 years ago we had solved the problem of starting and charging by changing the chemistry of the batteries, having isolated battery systems, pushing out the use of battery disconnect switches, having auto start on the engine to keep the HVAC going. And I'm finding that it's not entirely true that we've solved the problem. And we're going to probably go through another set of changes in the next 5 to 10 years. I'm seeing changes in battery chemistry that I think are going to end up, again, making a difference in what batteries are used. I've come across a device that kind of is like the supercapacitor was 20 years ago, but I've also seen that the supercapacitor option was removed from a data book in the last couple of years, so that's gone by the wayside. We have Volvo, which formally introduced a higher voltage system on the starting charging with the new VNL. Yeah, and I've even am aware that there's a trailer product out there now that is using 48 volt on the trailer. It's still 12 volt for the connection between the tractor and the trailer, but it's 48 volt on the trailer for some of the quote unquote smart things that they are accomplishing on that with diagnostics and control.
You know, you mentioned supercapacitors. There's a couple of the different names for them. But basically, it was designed for very cold weather operation where you didn't have to rely on a traditional flooded cell battery to start the vehicle. It could discharge rapidly, recharge rapidly. You would think that would be an ideal solution. Why didn't the supercapacitor pan out?
Well, you still had the issue of the hotel loads. And so you still had the batteries and had to control those. The supercapacitor had to be isolated. It was very expensive, which is always an issue in our industry. So it didn't make it. And actually yesterday I spent some time using a third-party trial service to look at schematics of starting charging systems on a variety of trucks. And I'll tell you, I'm glad I am not an electrical technician out there in the field. Reading those diagrams is very difficult. Doesn't really give you the same information. If I recently had to do some repairs on a sink, and it was easy to go into YouTube and get a video of exactly what I needed to do, where things were, how to pull them apart, how to put them back together again. Just looking at schematics and reading through diagnostic procedures ain't the same as trying to find where that connection is on a truck buried on a frame rail on the inside or on the cab wall on the outside. So I sympathize more and more with those guys with what needs to be done.
So now with Volvo, so now with Volvo coming out, let's say by the model year 2030. With 24 volts, maybe some of the other OEMs are going to be going along with that because we've been talking about higher voltages for quite some time. There's a lot of good reasons to go to higher voltages. They've been using this in Europe for years. And as with a lot of technologies, they start in Europe and they come over here to North America. And we'll get benefits from all of that. But like you say, the vehicle complexity may increase. It may be a little more difficult for maintenance and repair. Is all this really necessary? Do we need to make this shift? What are some of the drawbacks we have to overcome? In other words, how big is this problem, specifically with respect to starting and charging, let's say, that's facing us, and how these new solutions may make it easier in the long run?
Well, one of the things that I follow is the cost of copper. I was involved in cost reduction activities 15 to 18 years ago, and copper went from $2 to $4. Well, that didn't help me meet my corporate goals at the time. And then around 2014, 15, it dropped back down to $2 a net. Well, I did a check just a couple weeks ago, or not a couple weeks, a couple days ago, and it had gone from $5 to $6. So it is way up there right now.
Pretty pricey.
So the biggest advantage of going to 24 volts is you're going to be able to use less copper in the system. In order
Thinner
to
lines,
reduce your
smaller
cost.
smaller gauge lines, right?
Yes, and with the complexity of all the wiring that's going on, that also gives you more physical room for the wires and better chance of keeping them from connecting with each other. Daimler has made a different solution. They've tried going to aluminum battery cables along the way. I'm not a fan of that, but again,
wow.
it's cost. But I don't know that aluminum is the right answer right now either, with the problem that Ford has with the fire at the company that does their aluminum stampings.
I mean,
So
you don't see a lot of aluminum in house wiring, for example, right?
No, it was
for a good reason.
Outlawed a long time ago for good reasons. Yes.
Yeah. So that would give me pause. I'm just thinking.
So that's one of the biggest things that's driving it is cost. Every one of the vehicle OEMs that we have today now has an international connection. So, International has Traton with Scania and the German company there. Then Peterbilt has, PACCAR has DAF, Daimler, Mercedes, Volvo is Volvo. So every one of them has moved over the last 2 decades to having a platform, where as much as possible there are similarities in the design between the European and the North American product. The suppliers that are chosen are similar in order to get to a higher scale, higher volume, and reduce the cost of things. So the last place that hasn't been really changed is the 12 and the 24 volt system. So yeah, there's going to be some changes. Volvo was the first out with a new vehicle design, and we're no longer going to see a fast transition, especially in trucking, to everything going to electric. The current administration has changed the emphasis on what we're doing. The climate controls that we're driving emissions and trying to change that. We're driving a move towards electric-driven powertrains. So we're going to see the need to start that diesel engine for a long, long time on new trucks as well, going out through, well past 2050, 2060 now, I would guess. Europe has just dropped its requirement on passenger cars to have everything be electric by 2035, but they'll still go faster than we will. So, I'm looking right now on a order entry system, and I'm looking at the batteries and things. So you can get flooded starting batteries with cycling and threaded studs. You can get branded starting and cycling with threaded studs. Fortunately, everything is threaded studs here, it looks like. You can get high temp AGM starting and cycling. You can get them at different CCAs. And all of that would be improved if they get to move to 24 volts. And that will happen in the scheme of things pretty much every 5 years, I'd say. There's a major change to the platforms, and every 10 or 15 years, an even bigger set of changes. I've long anticipated that 2030 was going to be a time frame for people to make some significant changes in vehicles based on the requirement for the engine emissions and things, and they would use that to drive the timing for when something changes. So we will see. The other thing that, in fact, we tried doing 20 years ago was changing the amperage. I remember coming in and first doing things, and the large rental fleets were using 60 amp alternators. Well, I'm glad to see that it's now a 160 amp alternator, but you can imagine how much bigger that is. They also changed the mounting to handle vibration, so it's now a quadra-mount pad connection. And there are options above 300 amps for the alternators. We went from brushed alternators, where we had to replace the brushes all the time, to brushless that last hopefully a lot longer. In fact, there's a 320 amp alternator option here. And we also have remote voltage sense, so that the voltage that reaches the battery is more than it was before. We used to lose a volt or so between the alternator and the batteries with the length of the cables were there. So all of that is open for change as we go forward.
So just to use a visual, it's kind of like going from a 5-gallon bucket to a 10-gallon bucket when you go to a 24-volt battery, and then the hoses from the bucket to your delivery point are going to be thinner, so the pressure's higher, so you don't have to worry about that amperage. The amperage is going to be higher going from point A to point B. Is that a pretty good analysis?
There's going to be changes in size in both directions, yes. So some things might get bigger, some things might get smaller. Right.
So so ultimately what we're trying to do is we're trying to make the vehicle more reliable. You want to make sure that in cold weather, like we've been experiencing the last 10 days, you want to make sure that those vehicles can start when they need to start and carry hotel loads when they need to do that. And 24 volts could do a better job of that.
The important thing, hotel loads. You got to keep the driver happy. And it is tough to go through the weekend when you're off duty and not have to use a lot of electricity. And as I was talking with some battery manufacturers and some drivers, Thanksgiving weekend is a really tough one. Believe it or not, people have fryers in their cabs to fry their turkeys for Thanksgiving. So there's a lot more going on in a cab today than we had 15 and 20 years ago. And then all the computers, 15, 20 years ago, we had about 5 computers on the truck. Now we're talking 15 plus that are regularly on there that have to have power for some period of time. We have a lot more mood lighting now available on the inside of the tractors. I don't know how much the drivers are using it. And one of the things that I found was there's some new chemistries out there, specifically a lithium iron phosphate, and drivers are carrying a battery of that nature as a jumpstart package. If you may have had this happen, you have your car, you need to have it jump started, and AAA comes, and they don't connect up their truck anymore to your car. They pull out a portable pack and connect that up. That's what's going on out there as well. So the drivers know there's some problems, and they're handling it. And I'm trying to dig into our TMC VMRS data to find out what I can about what is failing in the starting and charging area. TMC and your partner Decisive, put out a report on that, on the parts, labor, and labor costs. And then there's also available the number of events. And in the cranking area, in a quarter, over 31,000 to 35,000 cranking and charging issues occur out there. Now, unfortunately, I don't yet know how many vehicles that is that are being reported against that information. So I don't know exactly the failure rate, and that's what I'm digging into to find out what's the failure rate, which parts are being the problem. Is it the classic where it's bad connections that haven't been properly maintained? Is it a starter that is failing? Is it the alternator that's failing? Is it the battery having to be replaced? And so still a lot to figure out before we design the ultimate starting, charging, cranking system to keep those drivers happy and that engine start no matter what the temperature is.
You're listening to Tech Talk with TMC. We have Paul Medic with Business Accelerants here. We're talking about some future technological jumps that are going to be happening, particularly in the electrical area, and how it pertains to starting and charging systems, and how all this is going to change, let's say, in the model years coming down the pike in just a few years. You were mentioning about the decisive study. Typically, I think we pull from something like 7 million repair orders. And that's probably something like 500,000 vehicles. I think that's part of that. Now, with respect to starting and charging, I would say probably a large majority of those repairs, there's a no trouble found if they actually took an analysis of the alternator and the batteries and the starters that are replaced in those repair orders. I don't think that's any big secret because of a number of different reasons, and in terms of technicians just swapping parts sometimes to get the truck down the road. But probably corrosion plays a big factor in all of that. Do you think 24 volts will improve the corrosion situation?
No.
Does it make it worse? Does it make it worse?
I don't think it will have any impact one way or another. The corrosion comes down to the materials that are selected and the tightness of the connection, and whether or not the connection is properly coated to prevent corrosion. Having dug around a little more out in the field now with what people are doing and seeing, there are designs out there that don't properly make ground connections yet in the vehicle, and put it in the wrong places. So there's work to be done just in the basics yet with how it is designed, in my opinion. And 24 volts is not going to change that substantially.
But it's true, though, if the heavier the gauge the wire, the better its ability to resist corrosion, just because there's more copper there before it gets to a point where there's voltage drop. If the wires are thinner, a lighter gauge, the potential for it to have a higher voltage drop sooner probably exists. But if you have more environmentally sealed systems and you do a little less compromise to the systems, the wiring harnesses and such during the repair itself, because I think that's where a lot of the problem lies, is during the maintenance and repair, improper techniques are used, and therefore you're compromising the system and introducing that corrosion and voltage drop. Isn't that right?
It happens out there. Interesting points you're trying to make there regarding whether or not we'll be better off with big 12-volt cables or smaller 24-volt cables in terms of voltage drop. In terms of voltage drop, if you start at 24 volts, you have further to be able to drop to get to things. I'm looking carefully in the designs to figure out how are they wiring the batteries. Even in the 12-volt world, there are some designs out there where they bank two 12-volt batteries together, and then they have two 12-volt cables going from the batteries to the starter. That's a different attempt to try to do things. I can remember work that we did to try to minimize the difference in distance in the cables between the alternator and each of the batteries. You may remember at one point in time, we would connect to the first battery in the box, and then each of the other batteries would be daisy chained from that first battery.
Right.
Well, that meant that the fourth battery got like the pig, it
the
got
short end of the stick.
Least amount. It
Yes.
sure did.
Yeah.
And so one of the solutions that I had worked on was we came to the middle of the battery sets and then went sideways to minimize the difference in distance between the first battery and the other batteries. And that's what you see in some designs out there yet. So that all factors in, and we've learned a lot more about batteries in the last 20 years in terms of their cycling capability. How far down can you take them? We've got lots more warning systems out there now than we've had previously. This technology that is being used in the portable chargers, I think, is going to find its way into the battery boxes. in some fashion. One of the things we tried doing a long time ago was isolating the hotel load batteries from the starting battery.
Isolate battery systems. Yep.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see the equivalent of that come back again as we've learned and developed so many new battery chemistries. And so I think we're going to see the ability to have a lithium iron phosphate like the chargers are, combined with a good cycling capability. And what I don't know is which chemistry will be used in the future for that cycling capability. It could continue to be what we've done today with flooded lead acid batteries, but it could change to something else. I'm just not sure yet.
Well, I think one of the things that's coming out of what we're hearing from you is that it's not just one thing or another that's going to change. There's going to be a whole ecosystem of components that are going to change, because it's all very interconnected, as one can imagine. So how is it going to be in total? What are all the different things they're going to have to change to make all this work?
If there's two different things I'm thinking of as you say that. One is what's going to change in the design, what's going to change in the servicing of all this stuff. In the design, there's kind of four major components: the alternator, the starter, some sort of a battery disconnect switch, and then the batteries. And then the cables are, in a sense, incidental to those main components. The starters have gotten better in the sense that they used to have the ignition coils separate. They were even originally mounted on the front wall of the cab rather than anywhere near the starter. That's moved over time to the starter. And so I think we'll see the starters getting a little bit better than they are yet today, a little bit smaller as they get into better designs of basically the motor that's inside there. The alternators similarly are getting better because we've learned so much through the development of electric vehicles about how to make things that produce energy better with or without critical minerals and stuff. So I think we're going to see the alternators getting a little bit smaller as well along the way. And then the batteries, I don't see anything that's going to change the size of the battery right now. Group 31's going to be it, but we will be able to pack more energy into that Group 31 package than we have in the past. And then the battery disconnect switch, or the use of the computers to control things and control solenoids, that's all going to change a little bit. There'll be lots of software involved. There'll still be relays and solenoids involved in some things, whether they're 12 or 24 volt.
Well, one of the things that's not changing is the amount of time we have in 30 minutes. It's just 30 minutes, and we're just about at the end of that cycle.
Yeah.
So I'd like to thank you very much for joining us on Tech Talk with TMC. It was a great discussion about some forward-thinking viewpoints of where we're going with starting charging systems and electrical systems, and look forward to having you back on the program real soon. Hope to see you in our 2026 annual meeting in Nashville
soon.
Yes, indeedy.
Yeah.
Yes, indeedy. And with that, we're going to kick it back over to Jimmy Mack in the studios in New Orleans.
Excellent, really forward-thinking stuff too, by the way, and that's so much of what you guys are going to be doing, and we're going to be seeing you for in March, is also looking forward and kind of getting that going. I wanted to really quickly, if you give people a preview of what you guys got in store for March, just really quick, and I'll let you shuffle off this radio coil. But you guys got a big old event as always coming up this March, right?
March 16th through the 19th in Nashville, Tennessee. We have about 5,000 of our closest friends joining us for what's going to be a great event, and we'll talk more about that next week on Tech Talk with TMC with Jack Legger. We're going to be talking about some new recommended practices that are coming down the pike that we'll be talking about in Nashville.
Thank you, Robert. We'll talk with you soon. I can't tell you how much we appreciate you being here. Good days.
Thank you much. See you next time.
All right. Education Station is headed your way here in a minute. We got a great guest, friend of the show, Justin Onakite is going to be here, Transportation Training Coordinator, Center for Business and Industry at Lakeland College in Mattoon, Illinois. Get that guy on in here. We'll be right back after these messages.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
It's Wednesday, 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 Wednesday.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
You are in the gang, and Lindsay is almost here. So excited. But before that, Education Station with Jimmy Mack.
Hey, my brother, it's good to have you here as always. Great to get a ride from you this morning as we try to figure out how I can finally get that car back. Of course, we're talking with Justin Onakite here in just a moment. He, of course, is Transportation Training Coordinator at Lakeland College. Before then, though, I want to let you guys know that Joe Battaglia is going to be joining us here this morning talking about his Olympics thriller. Can't wait to kind of talk about Beneath the Rings, a dynamic and thrilling new novel. And then Brad Beeler is going to be joining us, and we're going to be talking about lying, straight up lying liars and the liars who lie. The name of the book, of course, is called Tell Me Everything. So we'll be talking about that, digging in all this kind of stuff. But before then, we pivot to this. Justin Onakite, as I said, is a transportation training coordinator at Lakeland College in Mattoon, Illinois, over at the Center for Business and Industry. He's also a veteran. It's great to have him. Good morning to you, Justin. How you been?
Good morning. Yeah, I've been good.
I want you guys to head over to lakelandcollege.edu/CDL. And on Facebook, they are Lakeland College CDL. Well, it's good to have you here. Let's talk about, first of all, how is the weather treating you in your neck of the woods? We don't ask that question, but given the way the world has been shaping up the last couple of weeks, how's it going over there?
Well, we had about a week of negatives, but now it's starting to actually get in the positives. I think this morning it was about 20. Later this week, it's supposed to be, I think we're getting up in the 50s, they said possibly. So it's warming up finally.
So basically, you were a truck driver and motor transport instructor in the Corps. Did I get that right?
Yes. Yep.
Let me ask you a question, because I wanted to kind of ask in regard, and we'll get to all your professional stuff and what you're doing these days, but how did that kind of set you up for success? How do you feel like, I mean, do you still have what I would call echoes or, that sense of deja vu all over again from stuff that you actually learned to teach people how to drive trucks then and how it applies to now?
Yeah, so when I first went in, back in those late 90s, I seen the big trucks that the Marine Corps had, and, it was kind of one of those things where it's like, I want to drive that, and then progressed through my career in the military, and, eventually I became a teacher. The good thing about that is, the military, they have a good way of teaching you how to train adults. So that kind of, taking that and bringing it over to the civilian side, a lot of the things transfer over and a lot of the training transfers over. And, realistically, a truck's a truck, regardless of where it comes from, so it's you're able to bring a lot of those skills over.
What's really cool about that, by the way, you've opened up the door here, is that a lot of folks who become college professors or become higher education teachers don't learn how to teach from like teaching. It isn't like, you know, college football or high school football where you learn it in Pop Warner and then you bring it forward. It's a different skill set in regards to teaching adults, and you bring that up really, really well. And so you have to also have the ability not just to be able to teach at that level, but you also, I'm sure, from your experience in the Corps, probably have memories of people who did it better than others. So you're almost getting taught how to taught when you're in the presence of a good teacher. That's a fair way of kind of explaining that, right?
Yeah, that is. Yeah, you definitely have people that they're naturals. They, you know, day one it clicks, they understand it. Then you have people that it takes weeks.
Yeah. Okay. So you did 16 years. You retire. You become an over-the-road truck driver, and then talk a little bit about that. I'm trying to set up your bona fides here in the best possible way, so that you become an over-the-road truck driver. You also understand there's a transition there too, though, is there not?
Yes, there definitely is. You know, the military doesn't. They deal with a little bit of the DOT regulations, but they're exempt from a little other regulations as well. You know, you don't have to worry about hours of service. You don't have to worry about, you know, weights too much, all that kind of stuff. It's, you know, they're not pulling military vehicles into the weigh stations. You know.
Can you imagine trying? Can you imagine how they'd look at you like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Right,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
You know, and, you know, so coming from that world into the regular truck driving world where there's a ton of regulations, you know, and it's a fast, you know, you have to have a fast transition into that. You know, I never went through a actual formal training school, you know, on the civilian side. I transferred my military licenses from military to civilian. So I got my CDL that route. So there was definitely a sharp learning curve, and luckily the company I went to was, you know, they had a good training program at the time where I was able to learn all that kind of stuff and, you know, and be successful on the road.
Okay, so you do your time on the road, like I said. So you have the military experience where you have exposure to really, really good instructors and a certain way of learning how to kind of teach adults. Then you do your time on the road as an OTR driver for 16 years, as a matter of fact. Then you come to Lakeland College. Talk to me a little bit about that transition, about why you decide to leave the road and to become an instructor.
Well, so coming out of the military, it was, you know, now I'm sitting here thinking, you know, now that I have to grow up, what do I want to do, you know, with my life? And it kind of dawned on me, and I realized that, you know, I was an instructor in the military. I did that twice. I did 2 tours in the schoolhouse there. So I'm like, I really actually enjoy teaching, you know, versus just the driving portion of it. So my kind of goal getting out of the military was, okay, I knew I'd have to do some time over the road. I knew I'd have to do some, you know, put in my work there before I, you know, my end goal was to actually run a school.
Yeah.
So the over the road portion was kind of a, you know, a stepping stone, if you would.
Oh, and by the way, that makes a lot of sense. So, okay, so this is really kind of, like I said, I'm doing this because I want to kind of show when we get to the point where you are teaching and you are running a program that, you know, this is the kind of experience that you often are looking for from people who are going to become trainers, instructors, people that plan the kind of pedagogy and methodology that creates a truck driver. Okay, so you get to Lakeland College. Talk to us a little bit about the program, how it was when you found it, and what it is now as it's been kind of developing under your stewardship.
Right. So when I first got to the program, the previous person before me had left, I believe, you know, close to 8 months before I even got there. So they were kind of, you know, they were between management, between, you know, leadership, and luckily I had good instructors at that point that, you know, even though there was no director sitting in the seat, they were able to, you know, keep the program up and afloat and running, you know. So I came in, you know, kind of got everything, paperwork straightened out. Luckily, it's not a large program where there's a ton of students every cycle. Predominantly, we have about between 4 and 6 students per class. So able to take that and, move it forward and get consistent enrollment, had, again, good instructors. Progressed through the years. I've been here 10 years now. And now we're running consistent classes. We actually have 3 trucks now. We gained another truck. We rolled over to newer equipment from what we had. But now we also, we actually started a dual credit high school course as well. So we're now in the high schools teaching, the theory portion of CDL as career exploration to high school students.
That, by the way, is, I think, where the future of the industry is headed with with what's been going on in the non-domiciled area and the understanding that there are a lot of safety issues and training issues that have begun to kind of make their way to the forefront as well. I think in many ways that if we're going to fix the problem, it's not going to be from figuring out another way to download the inexperienced. It's going to be about making sure the people who need experience get it in very, very informative ways. Okay, so you're an old dog who has no problem learning new tricks, and the whole reason I kind of went through all that with you, thank you for indulging me with your bio, is because our conversation today is going to be about the future of trucks and the technology of skills that are going to be required. And I kind of wanted to set you up as a way of helping people understand who you are, to understand how this is going to be done. So talk a little bit about where you think the future of trucking is headed, and then we'll kind of get into the trucking technology that's going to be skill set that's going to be required.
Yeah, so reading all these articles and seeing the FMCSA, they actually kind of published a news brief the other day about the autonomous trucks and autonomous vehicles and everything like that. That does give me a little bit of pause and worry, as far as the future of truck driving goes. Do I believe in the next 5 years are we going to be driverless trucks running down the interstate? I don't believe that. But I do believe that in the future, truck driving will get, and I tell a lot of students this, that truck driving will get more kind of likened to airline pilots, where that truck predominantly is driving down the road, self-driving. However, there will be a driver behind that wheel ready to take control in case something happens. So with that, the technology that's going to be, the driver's going to have to worry about, reading sensors and reading graphs and reading computers and stuff like that is going to be in these vehicles. We've already kind of seen it with the e-logs and the multitude of e-log systems. These trucks are getting more technologically advanced. A few years ago, I was doing a class with Bendix, and they were talking about the next generation of semi-trailers, where instead of the standard 7-pin that we have now, where we actually have a data cable that feeds back into the trailer, and that allows a lot of different sensors to be put into the trailer. That way, we don't have this dumb trailer anymore. We actually have a smart trailer.
Basically, so I was thinking about this morning, and by the way, I'm so glad you're on this topic as well too, because are we talking about a future where these jobs are more difficult to get, not because they're more rare, but because they're going to require more of an education than less, and in the sense that if in fact we're going to treat them like and I was thinking about the airline pilot analogy. If we're going to treat them like airline pilots, if we're going to treat these men and women who I think in many ways possess a lot of the same skills, is it a matter of the education of the men and women who are going to get behind the wheel needs to be more intense? It doesn't mean they're going to be less jobs. It just means those who can't keep up with the necessary skill set aren't going to get them.
Yeah, well, I think there's going to be a lot more training that's going to have to be involved with that kind of deal. Maybe it's not on the school side, but maybe it will be more on the company side, because as companies purchase these vehicles, kind of like the e-logs, every company has a different system, and it might be data, the Qualcomm. I'll use that as an example, but you have Qualcomm, but depending on what package that company gets, depends on, are you entering codes? Are you doing drop downs? What are you doing with that? So with the, 50 million tech companies that are going to be involved in these trucks, it's going to have to be more locally trained kind of deal there. Now, drivers, there's a lot of older drivers that don't believe that the technology and all this kind of stuff, they like the older trucks. I agree, simple is better. My personal pickup is an older truck. But the technology now, the way they're kind of rolling it out, I think that it'll get down to a point where, if you can operate a smartphone, you probably be able to operate the technology in these trucks.
Let me ask you, this is a question you may say absolutely not, or that doesn't make any sense to me, but I'm going to ask this. Are we talking about a place where drivers have to be able to discuss data, in the sense that it's like, since you're not going to be, since you're only taking the wheel in those moments when the wheel absolutely has to be taken, and I can think of dozens, if not hundreds of examples where that's still going to be a real thing. Are we talking about the ability in interacting with a lot of the stuff that's going on inside the cab? Is that you're going to have to be able to kind of either write reports or use AI to generate a report by putting in the right engineering prompts? Are we talking about drivers being more connected to the supply chain in a communicative way, if that makes any sense? That they're going to have to be able to sit down and give reports about what it is that happened out there, where efficiency can be improved. I mean, there's a lot of people who do this instinctively, and a lot of people who are already doing it with pens and papers or with their own smartphones. Am I making sense here, Justin? Or is it, okay.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I don't believe that would fall on the driver's side of the thing. Will companies be doing that? Yes, absolutely. They'll have someone, a data analyst in the company that's looking at how, they already do it now. How can we improve? How can we improve our lines? If we put a terminal here, we put a hub here or something like that. I think that will be there. As far as the driver goes, I believe you'd be probably reporting errors of a sensor, or reporting this error or whatever, kind of what we do now. If you have a breakdown, you're calling your company, you're calling, whoever, and saying, hey, I have this issue going on. I think that's probably where the limit of the driver will stay.
Okay, and by the way, thank you for actually getting the question I was asking. I really appreciate that. Let's talk for a minute or two about the soft skill of customer service. How much more important is that going to end up being in this new reality? Since, if in fact we talk about this as a 10-year project, 15-year project, where it becomes more and more dominant, how much more imperative is it that truck drivers and the people who are inside of those cabs have better soft skills in dealing with everything else around the truck and not just the truck itself?
Oh, yeah, soft skills. In fact, I was talking to my high school class about that last week. Soft skills are one of the hardest things in the world to teach, just because it's all interpersonal. It's all how you interact. Even today, the soft skills of the drivers, no one wants to deal with a rude driver. If you come in, you're rude to the company. You're just like if you go to someone's house, you're not going to get invited back. So yeah, even today, soft skills are very important. Communication with the companies is very important. I do think that'll stay, very much in the forefront of how we need to act. Unfortunately, coming on the adult side, with the CDL training, there's not a whole lot of time to be teaching soft skills in the course, because, these adults, they're looking for, okay, I need a class, I need to learn how to drive the truck. Hopefully, by the time you're 30 years old or whatever, or 21 years old and getting in the vehicle, you would already have developed a little bit of those soft skills, beforehand.
I'm going to make you laugh, by the way, and I don't know if you can use this or just something that's kind of on my mind these days, is that there's a couple of places where you can teach it as part of what I call, and there's a million ways to call it, flow system. The idea that amidst, my producer's really good at this. He will just literally go through a list of things he has to do for the morning, and then he'll just send text to people who we work with being like, you're doing okay today, ? You're hanging in there, ? And it's a great reminder that, despite the fact that we're alone in that cab, that there are a lot of people who depend upon us getting the job done. And sometimes for people who don't have those soft skills, simply saying hi is a skill that a lot of people lack. And it's just amazing. I was thinking about this. My young producer, every morning I get a text from her around 9 o'clock that just says good morning. Just says good morning. And it's a way of her reminding me, hey, I'm on the job. But she's also just saying, hey, I'm checking in. I'm letting you know. And that's so much of soft skills, it seems to me, is just reminding people to make check-ins part of their check process, part of the pre-trip. The idea that it's like, okay, let people know where you're at. And that often makes a big, big difference because it can set you up for success. All right, that's my little TED Talk. I'm glad you came to it, but we're talking with you this morning, Justin. And so I was going to ask, with all this stuff you're talking about, what does this look like in regards to education? How, not the soft skill stuff, but the overall package you're talking about. How do you onboard this information? It sounds like you're already doing it with high schoolers, but how are we doing it with adults?
Yeah, and that's really one of the hard, teaching soft skills to adults is that's a large process. That's another 6-week training program in itself. And going back to what you're saying, I was with a larger over-the-road company, and absolutely I could have went in there and just disappeared, been another number in the company. The good thing about the company where I worked was, they didn't block off the managers from the drivers. So you were able to actually go in there and talk to your manager face to face. So every time I ran by the terminal, I'd always pop in and speak to my manager, and my manager knew who I was. I knew who he was. I knew every manager, that dealt with the drivers there. But are there drivers there that absolutely just want to disappear? Yes. They just want to be a number. They just want to be left alone. And my thought behind that is, if I have this personal, relationship with this this manager, they know how I run, how I operate. They're going to be a little more willing to work with me. And I had a good time where there's a lot of drivers that do disappear into the companies, and they don't enjoy it, and they just think that they're another piece of meat or something. And how much of that is brought on by you, So I do try to mention that to the students that we have. You can absolutely do that, but try to introduce yourself, at least that way they know who you are. You have that relationship with them.
And that can be scheduled. That's the thing. That can be scheduled. So much of what you teach, and I'm talking about from a technical standpoint, is about scheduling, about doing what you're supposed to do when you're supposed to do it. So while I can't teach people to be warmer personality-wise, it can be taught, hey, just make it part of the list. Check in with everybody you work with. Be like, hey, just letting you know, wanted to say thanks for, even if somebody does something good for you, just wanted to come by later on this week and say, hey, once again, thanks for taking care of that for me. Because the thing is, I get the urge to disappear. Anybody in the military doesn't want to be barked at anymore, a lot of these guys, when they come out. But you also want to say, hey, I don't need you to be the life of the party or employee of the month every 5 minutes, but you do need to check in and let people know you exist. All right. I wanted to shift on here for you to give you a chance to talk about how you guys are onboarding the tech skills, though. How do you, as an instructor, decide to add something new to your curriculum? When does it become imperative? And then we'll have just a moment to talk about your partners in the surrounding community. How do you guys onboard new tech?
Yeah, so a lot of that again, we're going to have to look at it, for the, what is the industry doing? As far as technology goes, all our trucks are still manual trucks, with the exception of our Class B. Because we don't want our students to have the automatic restriction on their licenses. So we still our 3 semis are all fully, they're 10-speed manual trucks. So we do look at that. If there's going to be a restriction on the student, we're going to hold back, and we're not going to take that on just yet until there's absolutely no choice but to do that, with the like the automatic vehicles. As far as the electronic devices go and stuff like that in the vehicles, that has to be looked at. We look at the cost of that. But we also tell the students as well that, just because we have this in our trucks doesn't mean that you won't have this in your trucks. So, it's a little bit of them having to understand that, this isn't the standard package, in truck driving. But besides that, it's a look at the cost. It looks at, how much industry buy-in to this technology do you have and all that kind of stuff.
All right, last question before we wrap up this morning with Justin Onakite. I just wanted to ask you in regards to the community that you serve. What are you seeing right now in regards to what the community around you needs in regards to truck drivers and the next generation of men and women behind the wheel?
So the area I live in is predominantly agriculture. So we have a lot of our partners are in ag, they're in construction. We actually deal with a lot of students that aren't necessarily ever going to be over-the-road drivers. They're construction workers, they're, linemen, they're all kinds of these other things that, they just need the CDL because they drive a truck maybe once every 30 days to go to this job site. So there are a lot of those jobs. Now, there are a lot of, people in the local area as well. We live next to, 2 major interstates. So we do have a lot of, regional trucking hubs in here, a lot of over-the-road trucking hubs that come through this area and need drivers, of course. And the over-the-road companies, they're having to move. I know that the freight right now is not great, but they're still hiring, and they're still needing drivers as well.
A lot of folks, by the way, don't realize that too, is that often you end up serving the local community, but depending upon your location on those interstate freight waves, you actually might open up the door for a larger, more adventure out there. An adventure our friend Justin actually has gotten a chance to have in his own life, a member of the Corps, where he joined in '98. He was also a truck driver and motor transportation instructor there. He stayed in 16 years and retired, then became an OTR driver before becoming Lakeland College's head honcho in regards to how a CDL gets put out there, transportation training coordinator, Center for Business and Industry at Lakeland College in Mattoon. Thank you so much, man. Guys, go to lakelandcollege.edu/CDL, and you can find them on Facebook at Lakeland College CDL. Man, thank you so much. Go have a great day, and I hope the weather keeps improving.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Justin appears here on Education Station as we make our way into the next half hour of Road Gang Radio. How we doing, Dre, by the way? We hanging in there?
Yeah, we are hanging in there.
What's going on?
Oh, man, I'm about to have to give Lindsay a call. We're going to get her on the line, and we're going to figure out some stuff behind the scenes.
We're going to figure some stuff out. We're going to play some music. We're going to make our way into this break. We're going to try to set ourselves up for success here. By the way, great morning on the chat. A lot of great people out there. Bonehead Trucker himself showed up. Mr. Ike Stevens, our good friend Scat Pack. Danny's on the scene as well. And then, of course, the regulars, Joe J, Marshall, Trucker Bosun, all those great folks that make this all possible. Glad to have you on board. We're going to be heading out, coming back with Lindsay. A little lifestyle advancement on our end. Don't get thrown to the wolves. Go to truckdown.com instead and get out of that ditch.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcasts. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home. The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
There's the laugh we always wait for before we start talking ourselves off the road and into your hearts. The wheels have come off, but somehow, some way, we continue to roll over here at Road Gang Radio. Good morning to you over in Tennessee, by the way. Good morning, and good morning to Lindsay Lawler in the great state of Tennessee. Testing 1, 2, Lindsay. Well, guys, if you want to give us a call while we try to get all this stuff kind of set up and going, it's 615-292-6366. This is not a problem on our end, nor is it a traditional problem on Lindsay's end. As you probably have guessing, there is a lot of stuff rumbling and rolling over there. Hey, Lindsay, good morning.
Good morning. I was talking. No one could hear me. Story of my life. Just pulling up all my childhood issues, all my daddy issues. I'm talking and no one can hear me. It's fine. It's fine. Good morning, Jimmy Mack.
Good morning to you, Lindsay. And by the way, you sound terrific right now. I think the best phone line I've heard all morning long. It's good to have you. Welcome back. Welcome to the game. It's been a crazy morning here as well, but you're hanging in there somehow. We'll get to the other side of this. What's going on?
We're hanging in. I have two rants this morning. I have a football rant and I have a Comcast Xfinity rant. Which would you like first, Jimmy Mack?
I want you to go after Comcast because I have no information on the Comcast situation, and I always like new complaints. So let's rip and roll on that. Go.
Okay. Well, walk me through it. Everybody listening, please, any thoughts? And this is less of a, there's nothing to do about it. You know, as of right now, we are debilitated. So, yes, I've tried every other service known to man. As of now, as in this present moment, sitting here right now, the only service we can get at our house is Comcast Xfinity. All the other ones have not. There's no fiber in our neighborhood. There is a company called United that we're trying to, like, everyone in our neighborhood keep calling and, like, beg them to add to our neighborhood. But as you know, that would still take months for that to even happen. So as of now, Comcast Xfinity has a straight-up monopoly on our neighborhood, besides Starlink. We could get Starlink, but how we're positioned in the trees, it's iffy, and everyone needs to understand being on the air takes a whole different kind of signal than just, you know, using a hotspot and doing Instagram on your phone. Okay, all that being said, Jimmy, so here's take that all out of the equation. I have clocked now 21 hours over 6 days on the phone with Comcast. That's not including the texting. That's not including what I was doing before I got back in the country and what Seamus was doing. We have had 4 appointments now, and they haven't showed for any of them. Yesterday, we finally got an American on the phone yesterday. It's been somebody in India every day. I finally got an American on the phone yesterday, and she had no record of even any of the conversations we've been having, no appointments on the calendar. They had us another appointment scheduled for yesterday between 2 to 8, and then just no one ever showed again. They just don't show over and over. And I just don't understand. I mean, it's not a monopoly in a sense that they're like, we own your neighborhood, but it is a monopoly in a sense that we, quote unquote, can't get any other service out here currently outside of like a Starlink, which is still kind of spotty in our area right now. So, yeah, maybe it's I don't live in the middle of nowhere, by the way, anyway. I have neighbors to my left, neighbors to my right, a grocery store 5 minutes away. It's not like I've chosen to live off grid, so it's also not that. So riddle me why it's the only person I can get, and they also can't get to me. And by the way, everyone has power. Some people in our neighborhood from Comcast are working; their internet's working, just not mine. So I don't know. Here's where I sit, and I want to make this less about Lindsay's problems and more about what do you do when you cannot not get the services that you're paying for, and nobody will respond to you and nobody will answer you.
This is something that we talked about this morning, and when I read the letter that Len Prince talked about. This is exactly it. This is what happens, is the fact that this is what happens when a company is run more to appease the shareholders than those who have a stake in receiving its services. Because Comcast is fine when this doesn't happen. But the problem is that, this also, you talked about this from a place of, you don't want people to be sympathetic like boo-hoo-hoo, poor Lindsay. But I'm actually like boo-hoo-hoo, poor Lindsay, because this is a thing where Adam Smith, a long time ago, talked about this, that if in order to get into any business in town, you need to be able to own a red hat, then we got to figure out a way to make sure that everybody owns that red hat. And it's one thing if a person isn't willing to work to get the red hat, well, then that's their problem. But if in fact there's a shortage of the ability to make red hats, then somebody else has to be allowed to figure out a way to make the red hats to let you into those businesses. I know I sound like I'm being a crazy person here talking about red hats, but what it comes down to is, like, if they want to have an exclusive market and they want to please their shareholders, there's got to be consequences when they literally don't have enough people. This is a staffing problem. If other people in your neighborhood actually have working Comcast now or have had their Comcast restored, it means that somebody came out and did that. So the problem you're having right now has got nothing to do with, look, when New Orleans got wiped off the map, that's one thing. Like when you don't have the power lines and everybody's power is out because nobody can get to the power lines, which has been destroyed. But there's obviously working internet in your neighborhood. It's obviously working. There it is. It's happening.
Right.
You need to make your living. They have a problem where they... Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, just the red hat analogy actually lands because Jim, what's interesting, why that makes sense to me is because I'll relate it to school. The kids were out of school for so long. They finally went back yesterday because if one kid can't get to school, no kids are allowed to go to school. And that's kind of the analogy here. That's kind of to your red hat. If nobody can get internet, I'm not saying if I can't get internet, nobody should be able to get internet, but that is and should be the business model. If somebody's getting it, everybody should, in theory, be able to be getting it, right? Is that the analogy of the red hat and the school?
That's exactly it. Is the sense that it's like you can't have literally, we made our appointments for these 5 houses, but the 6th house doesn't get the appointment, and you just have to live with it. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. It's basically like, 18 out of 20 people have their service restored. You just have to wait a little bit longer. Yeah, but you made an appointment and you canceled it. Why don't you have enough people in the midst of a giant freeze crisis to be able to respond to this quickly? It's like, that's
and
insane.
by the way, did not cancel, just never showed. And that's the other thing. It wasn't like, we did get canceled on one time. We had a 3 to 5 window, and at 3:20 we got an automated call saying, "Hi, your appointment's been canceled. Please have a nice day." Click.
Yeah. That's exactly it. Now,
are there any thoughts in the chat? Somebody please call. And it's not a rant on have you tried this? Have you tried that? I don't know what it is. There's no answer. Everybody blow Comcast Xfinity up, but they don't care. I got nothing. I can't even threaten to cancel because I have no other option.
There's no recourse. That's the problem. That's what we're talking about here. That's the red hat, is the sense that it's like, it goes back to the red hat theory. If in fact I'm the only guy that makes red hat, and I make it impossible for anybody else to make red hats, and yet nobody can do business without red hats, it's insurance. It's an insurance racket, which is basically you pay me what you're going to pay me. By the way, that is restraint of trade. It's just I'm so sorry this is going on. We got some listeners out there, but you guys got to jump in and start complaining about this too. We got to hear from you guys over there in the chat. Really quickly, Lindsay, you got a football rant. Now, having gotten the real issue off the table, let's get to the football.
Okay, here's my football rant. It's less about football and more about fans. Okay, I have a friend, Jimmy Mack, who you know, and she is not from New England, but she's a massive Patriots fan. Now, she claims she's been it forever. Maybe she has, maybe she's not, whatever. Well, what I started thinking about this morning, because I'd gotten a text from her, and I've seen some posts where it's like, because she's rooting for the Patriots, obviously, in the Super Bowl this Sunday. And I saw whether there was a text or a post a while back, something that got me to think about where she said "we," meaning we play this Sunday, get out of our way, here we come. And it just really bothered me, Jimmy Mack. And I started thinking about the idea that people listen. Yes, the games, I guess in theory they still could happen if the fans didn't show up. They'd still play. Like the game itself still happens if we don't show up. And I know it takes a village and it's the money, it's the fans' money to keep it all going. But when people say we, when you throw on your sweatshirt and say, we're playing today, I just want to make a huge discrepancy between the two, because we have nothing to do. Those people on that field, they are freaking superheroes, and what they do is mind-blowing. And then, you've got the drunk guy who puts on a sweatshirt and say, we won, yeah, or we lost, we suck. And I think that's really annoying, and I don't think you get to say we when you have nothing to do with the actual game. You can root for them and say, I love my team, I support my team, but the people that say we I usually find are also the fair weather fans. It's the weirds that are like, I'm a we when we're winning, and I'm a they suck when they're losing. And it's I don't know why it boiled my blood that she said we, because I also see her wear other jerseys, by the way.
Oh,
other
okay.
teams.
All right. You ready for who gets to say we? You ready for my little wrinkle on? I'm agreeing with a lot of what you're saying. You ready for my wrinkle on the we situation?
Sure.
All right. So here's a we. A we is my Aunt Audrey and my Uncle Michael. They got Saints season tickets in 1967. And they went to every game every year. And I'm talking about when the Saints were known as the Aints. They went through it all. And the we's are the people who show up in freezing cold conditions and go down to Arrowhead or go to Orchard Park and take their shirts off and scream at the top of their lungs. The we are the guys and gals who create so much noise that Jared Goff can't actually change a play at the line because they've made so much noise. And the we are the people who have poured ungodly sums of money into the coffers of this team in order to make it a winner, in order to give it the kind of revenue it needs for the product that is put on the field. Who isn't we is exactly who you're talking about. It's people who, look, you could be a 20-year Patriots fan. How about we say 25-year Patriots fan and be completely full of it? Because, as Chris Orban likes to say, man, if your first introduction to the Patriots was Adam Vinatieri's game-winning field goal in the Super Bowl against the Rams, you have been set up for a lot of joy for a very long time. And then suddenly, when they had 2 really bad years, you decided like you weren't a fan anymore until they came back. You need to shut the hell up. You had nothing to do with it. You've been riding on organizational success. A we, and I believe this, Lindsay, a we is somebody who has been through the good, the bad, and all of that. Bill Burr once said that when the Saints won the Super Bowl, he was like actually happy. He said because he actually looked at the numbers. There were 45,000 people who've had season tickets for 40 years who never missed a game. And those people, after all the suffering they endured, get to say we. But we is earned. We is not just, oh, we're winning, it's we again. What do you mean we, white man? I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, that's what it kind of comes down to. If you're a we, you have to actually post when they're bad and you have to watch the games when they suck. My dad's a we. I know you're a Dallas we, and your dad, for all of his complaints, is a Dallas we a lot of the time because he sits there and he suffers.
No,
he's not?
No.
Oh, he doesn't?
No. My dad is not a we. Hell no. He's far from a we because he secretly wants them to lose just to spite Jerry Jones. A we wouldn't think that. And he also won't watch everything. If they start losing, he'll turn it off.
Oh, okay.
He does not go to the games. He doesn't want to be put out of his comfort zone ever. My dad is not a we. He's a Cowboys fan, but he's not a we. I'm not a we. I'm not a we. I want to if I'm uncomfortable, I'm not going up to the nosebleeds in the cold ever. That there's nothing I want to be. There is nothing, Jimmy. I can't think of, say from the Christ's second coming, I can't think of anything. I want to be in the cold, miserable, in the sleet and ice. Is there anything you would do for that? I mean, my child, I would, obviously take a bullet for my child and wait to get her, pick her up in some terrible scenario. But other than that, there's nothing I love enough to suffer.
Let me distinguish, by the way. That's not a we, that's a you. I know what you're talking about, by the way. If you're the kind of person that goes everywhere and every place to watch your kids play sport, it's not that you're invested in the team. I'm not attacking you, by the way, but I know exactly what you're saying. I have to tell you, I'm a man who depends upon we, but I'm not a man who often gives myself to we. By the way, I keep on wanting to go we all the way home. I want to make it really quick. The only fans, and Trucker Boaston is correct, I had the same thought, Trucker Boaston. There are one group of fans who can, the season ticket holders, by the way, and the city of Green Bay. If you live in the city of Green Bay and you're actually one of the stockholders, the city of Green Bay, Lindsay, owns the Green Bay Packers. They own it. They own it through a trust, meaning that it can never be moved because it would take a vote of the town to get rid of the Green Bay Packers. So they actually, if you're a Packers fan, you probably are a we. If you have season tickets to a Packers season, you're a we because you own the team. Did you know that?
If you're a season, wait, say that again.
There's a lot of ways you can do it, but if you're a season ticket of the Packers football, of the Green Bay Packers, you actually own the team. The town of Green Bay, the city of Green Bay, owns the Green Bay Packers. It has no owner. The town owns it. So it is run by a board of directors who answer to the shareholders, who are essentially the city of Green Bay. Isn't that cool?
That's very cool. That makes, that's not shocking to me at all. It explains it explains Green Bay fans. They're the best fans I've ever, down on Broadway here in Nashville. We'll get, it's obviously Nashville, the Titan Stadium is right there downtown. This is a fun destination city to come watch a game. So we get a lot of travelers for a lot of out of town guests for the games. And I'll never forget when I used to sing downtown on Broadway for ages. We would always love it when the Titans were playing Green Bay because their fans came in. They were so nice. They were so into the game. They were happy. They spent a lot of money, win or lose. We would sell out of beer downtown on Broadway. Certain kinds of beer would be sold out when Green Bay came in town, but there weren't fights. They were happy drunk. How can you not be happy with cheese on your head? I want cheese to be in my veins, coming out of my ears at all times. So I love Green Bay Packers fans, and that makes a lot of sense to me now, knowing that they all have an actual stake in the team in that regard.
Titletown. It's why the Minister of Defense, Reggie White, actually went there. He just fell in love. Reggie White, the great defensive lineman, he actually realized, he said, wait a minute, the town owns the team? And yeah, he goes, wait a minute, this place is really spiritual. I mean, it really lowercase c conservative, very, very religious town. And the Minister of Defense, when I can go anywhere, I'm coming to Green Bay. And he changed everything. And soon after that, Brett Favre caught fire. And now, once again, Green Bay is the center of the known universe. We got a phone call, Lindsay. Somebody has called in. We're going to drop them in here. You're on the phone on Road Gang Radio. Whoever you are, welcome.
Shout out.
Morning, family. Morning, Lindsay. Welcome back to the world of living. Hey,
well, that's
I
debatable.
guess you're living, but I'm warmer. Hey, it's just a balmy 56 degrees in the Dakotas, all right?
Nice.
I don't rub anything in, no snow on the ground. Hey, I guess I'm in the... Yeah, Jimmy, I was going to talk about baseball, and I'm glad you're liking your Cup of Joes. Hope those flavors are satisfactory.
Outstanding.
But, so my goal when I talked to Brian is I said I want aromas that will smell up the town of New Orleans in a good way. So I guess I'm a double committed wee-wee then, because us wees in the Bostonian New England sector of geographical location of the U.S., we have suffered immensely through the trading of the candy bar guy, Babe Ruth, that debacle for many of years of garbage from Clemens, who wasn't bad, but the rest of the team was, to Oil Can Boy, to Jim Rice, to Dave Parker, to Ricky Henderson, to Dave Henderson, and on. And then we finally had a great run at it, and then the Buckner debacle. And then we kind of got our footing. And I've also been on the Patriots wagon, although I'm a Raiders, and you'll understand why. My dad went to school with Jim Plunkett, who was drafted by the Patriots to be a tackling dummy until he got traded to the Raiders. And we went through the Steve Grogans and the Friars and the punting and boxing debacles of a kicker that thought he was tough, to where we finally got to 86-5, where we thought we were going to be good until some refrigerator from Amada came in and ran the ball down our throat, and we lost. Thank you, McMahon. And then we had a pretty good run with some guy named Bledsoe and a little short guy named Flutie. And then we got into the Czech era, where it was okay. So then I had the Raiders to lean on when Plunkett was over there through the Hayes and Haynes years, and we found a guy named Plunkett and a guy named Flores, which made a nice, little connection to win us a couple trophies, even though Hostetler got credit for one, but he couldn't hang long enough to win. So I've had some wee-wees, now I'm on a high with the Patriots and a low with the Raiders, but I will be cheering for the Patriots, but knowing the Sea Chickens will win.
Oh, I don't know about that. I do find it interesting, Chowder. It's interesting to me. I love the idea of having multiple teams, having Dallas is I'm from Dallas, so since I was a baby, the Cowboys have been on in the background, so I'm a Cowboys fan, tried and true. But I love having I've become a Patriots fan as long as they're not playing the Cowboys. I'll root Patriots for my husband. I will root Titans, obviously, because I live in Nashville. I will root for the Chicago Bears because I have a friend who started the Chicago Bear Down Club here in Nashville that's up to 200 people, and those guys wear their kilts, and they just hug every game, and they're so happy, and I love watching it, so I'll root Bears. So I love having these, here's my team, but I also, you have two teams for two different reasons. I love the
Right.
idea of having multiple teams to root for. I think that makes it even more interesting and fun.
I really don't, because I like to be a loyalist to one, because if you're a loyalist to two, you're really not. But
fair.
I'm glad you like it. I like it the way you put that, Lindsay, but the only thing I really like about the Cowgirls, I mean the Cowboys, dang it,
Come
Chowder,
on,
knock
man.
that
Be
off,
nice, be
is
nice, be
that-
nice, be nice.
That a few years ago, right. Well, I did like Too Tall Green and all those guys, but I do like the Cowboys because a few years ago during the Romo years, I was down seeing my uncle, and we went out to the bar and had some beers, and we were drinks each way for who scored. And I do remember the Patriots putting a good one on him because, well, he was not as tipsy as the Chowder was. But I cannot do the support the other half, the significant other, the best buddy part, because my wife is a North Platte Mud Ponies fan. Oh, the Broncos, dang it. And there ain't no way in heck as my Raider side would ever let me cheer for the Mud Ponies. So we have to debate it. And she's one of these, she believes that if the Broncos aren't in it, then it's okay to cheer for Taylor Swift. I mean, Kelsey. But if they're not in it, then it's all right to cheer for the Chargers, who are really in Los Angeles, but all their fans are. I told her, you can have multiple teams, but they cannot be in the same division. That's just not, allowed.
No, that ain't
That's
right.
fair.
That's not right, Bobby. You can't be a Jets and a Patriots fan. That is just not a reality.
I'd be like being a Red Sox fan that I am and cheering for the Yankees. Why would we do that?
Yeah. No, that doesn't work. I'm with you on that.
Yeah,
But on a more personal level, because we're supposed to ask how other people are doing. I remember that show topic from years ago. How's Faya doing now that Mom's home? I guess she's got to be ecstatic to see you.
She is, but thank you for asking. It was pretty cool. That was the longest I've been away from Freya, and the longest that Seamus and my husband and her had alone together. And something changed in their relationship. Plus, they went through the storm together. I mean, there was a tree about to fall on our house, and he heard it cracking, and he jumped on top of her on the bed. It was fine. It didn't, but, and she saw Daddy sort of saving her life and pulling her. He had to put her on the sled with our dog and suitcases and pull her up to the top of the hill to get to the main road so somebody could pick them up. So she sort of witnessed, normally I kind of handle everything. Dad's doing stuff behind the scenes that she doesn't know about, but she knows that Mom's taking care of everything. She saw him, I think, in a different light, and he's actually he's driving her to go camping this weekend with some friends to have a daddy-daughter weekend. And something has shifted in their relationship, which I think was really cool. She was, yes, very excited to get me home and been very huggy and cuddly, but it was really cool to see them bond in a different way that really changed their relationship. So it was cool. Thank you for asking.
Chowder's not a philosopher, a music writer, or a generator of great generosity idea of lyrics. But somewhere, there's got to be a song in there about my daddy, the secret hero who saved me from the tree falling in the storm that Mom was gone. And there's got to be something of religion to it, because God put you overseas on that tour knowing the storm was coming to foster and create a better bond between two, to let them find each other. There's just got to be something with that. But with that, I will produce my way out and let the great producer Dre take over and enjoy a sip of Java on the chowder. Later, guys. Love ya.
A sip of soda, a sip of Java on the chowder. I like that very much. Lindsay, we got to take a break. We got a guest coming up here. Road Gang Radio continues to roll along. Joe Battaglia is going to be joining us. Battaglia is going to be joining us. I said battalion. Olympics thriller, of course, is Beneath the Rings. He's a Texas-based sports journalist. He transformed his knowledge and firsthand experience in reporting the Olympics into a dynamic, thrilling novel. We'll be right back with, Joe. We'll get a cup of Joe with Joe. What do you think, Lindsay?
Let's do it. I'm actually really excited about this conversation. There's some deep connection, global connection themes here. I'm going to dive into that.
I do. We'll be right back after this.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
We're going where you want to go so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
Before we get to the introduction of our next guest, a little pivot we always do. Before we do that, just a quick reminder, we got a great show, not just Joe, who's joining us here in just uno momento, but Brad Beeler is going to be here to talk about Line. Tell Me Everything is the book we're going to be talking about, and can't wait to dig into that. And then, of course, we got a whole bunch of stuff to conversate about. Phone lines will be open at some point again during the show. But in the meantime, I'm just going to ask Dre to do this.
Joining us today, I am so excited to talk global connection with this guy. But Joe Battaglia, he's a Texas-based, award-winning sports journalist who spent decades inside the Olympic arena, not just covering history, by the way, but watching it also unfold in real time. Now he's taken everything he learned from covering the world's biggest sporting event, and he's turned it into this high-stakes thriller. His debut adult novel called Beneath the Rings, it imagines that the 2040 Summer Olympics are spiraling into chaos when athletes are disappearing. There's an impossible ransom being demanded, and a journalist is forced to outrun truth itself. What will happen, guys? Joe's career spans more than 2 decades in sports media, including work on the NBCOlympics.com team that earned a sports Emmy for redefining how the world experiences the games. He's also the author of the award-winning children's book, The ABCs of Track and Field, because apparently he can speak fluently to both future Olympians and thriller readers. I love that. #balance. Joe lives in Texas, yeehaw, with his family, but his storytelling passport is pretty permanently stamped, guys. Today we're going to talk about less about maybe the plot twists and more about what it means to write at that intersection of both culture and journalism, which I am fascinated by. Please make welcome to the show my new friend and yours, Joe Battaglia. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Doing great.
Good. Glad to have you. I'm a Texas girl, so we love having Texas people around here, Joe.
Yeah, I'm a transplant Texan. I'm originally from New Jersey, but Texas has been home now for a little over a decade. So
you're a Texan.
Well, that works.
I guess I'm a Texan.
You're a Texan. You're a
do
Texan.
Do you like queso? I transplanted out, so you can take my spot. Do you like queso?
Okay. Yes.
Okay, we're good. Carry on,
Who
Jim.
doesn't like queso?
Yeah. By the way, there are
Thank you.
Doesn't like queso?
There are people, I know them, and I haven't seen them in years since I found out they don't like queso. Joe, one of the really cool things about the book is, aside from the people who are actual security for these events, few people know what is behind the scenes of what it takes to actually run an Olympics more than journalists do, in the sense that you get a sense of the real infrastructure of it because you're behind the scenes in regards to what is being cataloged up there, but you're also having to deal with behind the scenes access, which means that you're able to see a lot of what other people don't see, so you have a better sense of its inner workings. How much of that knowledge, and no book is easy to write, but how much of that kind of flow of knowledge, the idea of how to get from one place to another geographically, which is so important in a thriller, made this process a little bit different for you than it would be about having to go back and research stuff? Were you able to kind of envision the world that Nova's moving through in order to kind of create it?
Yeah, that part was really easy. Having been on the ground at the Olympics, like you said, and seeing how things move. One thing that I was cognizant of was trying to strike a balance between how much of that I put into the narrative and how much I left out. Just not wanting to, kind of bog the thing down with Olympic minutia, but there were some things that were really important to me to help paint the picture. My opening scene in Beneath the Rings kind of starts with the opening ceremony, and I wanted to be as vivid there in describing that because that was kind of my first experience on the ground in Beijing. In 2008 was just kind of being blown away by the opening ceremony and, the way that unfolded and the storytelling there. And then, some of the inner workings of, like you said, going through security and getting and operating through the main press center and, just the structure of press conferences and things like that. There are snippets of that throughout the book, which I think provide some realism, but I did not want to write a book on Olympic logistics.
Well, and which is what's interesting because, journalists are so often positioned as like observers, not necessarily protagonists. And so with that said, what made you really want to center a journalist as this like kind of moral engine in the thriller?
Yeah, I wanted to write from a place that I knew, and in modeling Nova Mendelsohn, the main character, I wanted to, one, have a strong female protagonist. That was a goal. And then, and trying to figure out in my mind who Nova was going to be, I kind of patterned her after a bunch of different people. I think she comes across as, a sharp, no-nonsense, Olympic insider and a real tough son of a gun because she kind of goes through hell and back in this book. And I drew from, Lara Logan and some of the things that she experienced in her coverage of Egypt. I pulled from a friend of mine, Alan Abrahamson, who's an Olympic columnist and an independent journalist. That was something that was important to me about Nova, that she's not necessarily tied to an organization or a host broadcaster or something like that, where you might have some more handcuffs put on your ability to cover the games, when you're in that type of a role. And then historically, women like Ida Tarbell and other great pioneering women in sports like Helene Elliott and Leslie Visser. Like I just kind of people that I admired, like kind of put them all together to make Nova.
One of the things that, like I said, the opening scene in the book that's so interesting to me is the idea of how do we kind of orchestrate something that looks so organized, and yet behind the scenes you literally have all this chaos going on, because one of the things that becomes apparent and terrifying is that you're dealing with the reality of, how do I put this, that despite all the precautions and all that we know and all the way back to the events of Munich, that still it is just so easy for people to disappear because you've got so many people and so many handlers, and the ability, there is no one governing sense of security, even though there is, because you're also dealing with people who are taking care of these athletes who are incredibly professional, but it means if they decide to outwit other professionals, they have that skill set as well. And in setting up Nova the way you've set her up is that we don't have this sense of unbelievable. the idea that the babe in the woods kind of thing, which can work in a very limited palette, in a scope this big, you have to have somebody who's actually operating through that. The question I had is, how do you manage to, given all the different people that you're pulling inspiration from, at what point do you begin to get a clear sense in your own writing before she even ends up on the page of who she is? Because, like I said, the danger, of course, is that they become one person. The danger is that they become simply an amalgamation. How do you find that core where you're taking bits and pieces, but at the same time she's still her own individual and not this is so and so? Oh, it's obviously blank.
Right. I think drawing from a bunch of different inspirations the way I did kind of made that easy, right? Like if Nova was purely the female version, say, of my friend Alan that I used as part of the inspiration for the character, like people would be able to pick that out right away, right? Like, oh, independent journalist. Alan, has his own, website, Three Wire Sports, that, he writes for. Like, we just flipped, Alan and made him Nova, right? But just kind of layering, like, some of those, different attributes, into her persona, I think made that easy. It was important to me that like she didn't stand out as just one individual, right? Like you said, they'll be easy to pick up, and that's why I approached the character build in the way that I did.
So before, I do want to talk Olympics sort of as a cultural mirror, but before that, since your novel imagines this future, a future Olympics under threat, which, it's funny when we talk future and we're able to see it so clearly, knowing what's going on and kind of where we're headed sometimes. But do you think that these large global events like the games, do you think that naturally sort of attracts both as a consumer, as a watcher, as a fan? Do you think that naturally attracts like both our highest ideals and our darkest fears? Can two truths be going on at once here, I guess?
Absolutely. I remember thinking back to the lead up to Beijing in 2008, and we were all worried going to China, like, what's it going to be like in this communist country? Like everybody was on high alert for some sort of incident to happen, and I've got to tell you, security was so high, like I never felt unsafe at any point, either during or after the games. And I stayed a week after, and did some touristy type stuff because I knew I probably would never get the chance to go back. So I think anytime you're bringing athletes and coaches and fans from all over the world and putting them in one location, and in beneath the rings, we're talking about bringing them to the Middle East, right? The tensions are going to be high, and people are going to wonder, okay, like, what bad is going to happen here? And they're sort of kind of waiting for it. But I do feel like, from my own experience now, having been to a handful of Olympics, that you got to suspend a little bit of disbelief when it comes to a terrorist group infiltrating the Olympic Village and kidnapping 12 athletes and getting off without being seen. I think the sheer level of trying to pull something like that off would be, astounding. Given the level of security at the Olympics these days.
Criminal professionalism is not as widespread as the movies or books would have you believe, and so people kind of sign up for that too, because they just don't want to see that. What they really love is they love seeing the expertise of evil against what I would call on the fly, make it up as you go along, sort of plucky skill set. I mean, that's kind of really developed in 1988, the moment Alan Rickman showed up and seized the Nakatomi Plaza. People love all of that kind of stuff. And the other thing is too here is that you're not just engaged in world building as an insider, but you also have to engage in world building because the capital of Qatar, it's the 2040 Olympics. So you're also looking at a world where this is science fiction to a large degree. We're talking about, we're talking about a leap forward in time where you actually have to have a grasp of the cultural energies, but you also have to have a grasp about where the cultural energies might take us, in fact. That becomes part of the landscape of what you're laying out. And as a person who's covered many Olympics, anybody can tell you, just from watching the opening ceremonies, what the Olympics was like over in Beijing ain't the same as what it was like in London. As a matter of fact, those opening ceremonies could not have been more opposite and at the same time more thrilling. So you also have to kind of lay out the cultural rhythms of a location, because if this happens in London, it's a very different story, right?
Absolutely. And, I chose Doha for a couple of reasons. One, it's not out of the realm of possibility that in 2040 the Olympics could be in Doha. I mean, they were actively bidding for future Olympics, and so I wanted to set this in the future, but not too far in the future. And I picked a location that has a real shot at being an Olympic host. I myself have had the opportunity to go there 3 times for track and field events, and just kind of fell in love with, the dichotomy of, the modern, new construction all along the waterfront in the downtown area, and, this really charming old, Arabic town center, with souk market and its temples, and, down on the water, so, the old dhow boats. And I mean, it's kind of striking, to have both of those things happening, just within miles or feet of each other. And that was kind of the reasons why I thought Doha would be a good place to set this. And again, it brings the games to the Middle East for the first time, and that certainly opens up, that fear of something bad going down, and indeed it does.
Fear, but also connection, and that's what I want to pivot a little bit here, talking about the cultural side of that pivot. Thank you, because the Olympics might be one of I was overcome with the idea that through reading this and doing more research on you that the Olympics might be one of the last shared global experiences we really have that isn't just negative, that isn't just news. And even when you just said, a couple things you said about the first time you went there and felt the power, the magnitude of seeing in open ceremonies, and then in Beijing being like, I may never get to come back here. I need to take this in a little more. I think, I guess I'm curious, seeing all that, what do you think the games still teach us about other cultures that, the everyday news coverage misses?
Yeah, I mean, I hope readers of Beneath the Rings come away with a deeper appreciation of the Olympics having this unfiltered soul, right? You've got the magic of human achievement mixed with those gritty realities of politics and ethics and global tensions. And those are things that I've witnessed firsthand. I think beyond the thrill of the conspiracy and the chase, I want people to come away from the book reflecting on how sport can expose truths, but bridge divides, inspire resilience. And those are things that the real games do and help shape this story. I think if something devastating would happen to the Olympic movement, I think it would be a great loss for humanity, because it really is that last bastion of international camaraderie and competition, kind of molded into one.
Well, and that goes back, of course, that the years where there have been extensive boycotts of the Olympics, 1980 and 84, although the 84 one felt like that the Soviet Union had excluded itself to a large degree. But the one that happens in 1980, the Olympic boycott, I mean, in an already dark year, it put a real pall on on the country, even the United States, which did it for very, very legitimate reasons. That being said, it was still really devastating. And you can feel that gap because a lot of people, particularly in the advent of John Williams' magnificent score and the fact that it's become a global event. But I wanted to talk about the flip side of it too, that increasingly, because of corporate sponsorship, because of states really investing in it big time, there is something that creates resentment as well too. And I don't know if you kind of catalog this, but it's become for a lot of people one more symbol of those who are in and those who are out. And, you know, there's a lot of people that see their hopes and dreams manifesting on those screens and inspire them. But there's a lot of resentment that comes as well, too, of people feeling like this is the global economy, this is the global culture that either I reject or I feel excluded from. And in many ways, can you talk about how you go about creating a villain in a piece like this that kind of, you know, captures some of those resentments, some of those energies from either a direction of I reject or I feel left out? I don't want to give away too much here.
Yeah, I think one of the things, and I won't give away too many spoilers, but, you know, looking at the Obsidian Hand, which is the terrorist group in Beneath the Rings that, you know, perpetrates the kidnapping of the athletes. You know, one of the things that, you know, sort of disenfranchised that group is exactly what you're talking about. And, you know, it kind of harkens back to an incident at an earlier Olympics where an athlete was not permitted to compete, and you know, it started kind of a political outrage, and it was just you know, one of those, you know, straws that finally breaks the camel's back and you know, leads this group to kind of go off the rails. I think you see what we've seen in the most recent biddings for Olympics that's concerning for the movement is the cities just don't want the Olympics. You know, they don't want the expense. They don't want the to take on, you know, the cost of building, you know, these glitzy, glamorous sporting venues that turn into white elephants. You know, Athens, if you go to Athens now, everything that was built there for the games in 2004, I mean, everything's in shambles. You know, I think you look at the United States, you know, there's pretty much nothing left in Atlanta from the games in '96. And really the only reason we can host the Summer Olympics in this country is because LA still has pretty much all their venues. And if you're looking at what they're doing for 28, they're pawning off, you know, games in different stadiums across the country. You know, soccer is going to be played 6 different places. And so people don't want that. They've vehemently, like, gone to the polls and, you know, and resoundingly rejected, you know, intended bids by, you know, their countries. And I think that's one of the things that sort of jeopardizes the movement, right? Is, you know, how can you continue to inspire on a global sporting stage when places are at the same time saying we don't want you and don't want the expense of you. So that's something that the IOC is going to struggle with here for a while, and it's not something that Thomas Bach was able to really figure out, and now falls on Christy Coventry, the new president of the IOC, to navigate. Yeah, I don't know where it goes, but I think you're going to see I think you're going to see fewer Olympics happening in places, in new places, new exciting places, where a major construction is going to need to happen, and and you're going to see games going to places where there's infrastructure in place and they can keep costs down and, appease the, just the locals that often have to fund these things.
Or you're sports washing. That's the other thing, too. That's the big concern as well. I'm sorry, Lindsay, and Lindsay has a question for you, but it's sports washing, too, that is the concern, which is why Qatar is such an interesting and amazing choice to kind of set it in, that people looking to kind of improve their PR around the world by having the space and the money available to do exactly what you're talking about. Sorry, I had to make that point. I know Lindsay's got something for you.
Yeah, no, and your point is straight on. I mean, look, Doha has made no bones about, like, their whole tourism plan is built around sports, right? Like they've hosted world championships in swimming and track. They've hosted the Asian Games. I think they're going to host the Asian Games again. They've hosted the World Cup in soccer. I mean, like, they want to bring people to their country, and no sports is the ticket to do it. But not everybody has, the hundreds of years of liquid gas money that Qatar has at its disposal to build those venues.
We're talking with Joe Battaglia and his novel out now, Beneath the Rings, which imagines that 2040 summer over in the Middle East Olympics, spiraling into chaos and athletes are disappearing. It's so good. Joe, I would imagine, again, I have this visual of you being there and seeing the Olympics for so much of your career, such a big part. And I would have to imagine that there's something pretty humbling about watching your own country become just one of a flag among many. I think that would be so powerful and probably put so much into perspective that it's hard to convey unless you've seen it yourself. But if you can leave us with this and the idea of in your mind, if the Olympics disappeared tomorrow, what do you think the world would lose that we wouldn't fully understand until it was gone?
I think the Olympics is an unbelievable vehicle for storytelling and inspirational storytelling. I think if the Olympics are gone, I assume that means that the Paralympics are gone, and there's no more inspiring event on this planet than watching the Paralympics, if I'm being honest. If you take all the incredible athletic achievement that you see at the Olympic Games, well, come back a few weeks later and go to the Paralympics and see individuals with all sorts of disabilities performing at that same high level. And there's a gazillion stories there. And there's so many, there's only so many stories that you can tell, on air when you're, with NBC, and they're going to focus on primarily the American athletes, and, because that's their audience. But God, there are so many stories to be told, and, interesting ones. We're going to start the Winter Olympics in Milano Cortina here, in a couple days. And, we'll just watch alpine skiing for a little bit, and your leading racers are going to come down first, and then you're going to start seeing skiers coming from places like in the Middle East where there's no ski slopes, right? And athletes that have figured out ways to train on their own in war-torn countries and make it to a stage where they can fulfill a dream. And that dream isn't like winning a medal. The dream is just getting to that stage. There's so much of that. And I would hate to see that go away if the Olympics, were to go away. It's a gold mine for storytelling. And as somebody that's, basically lived a life telling stories, like that would be, probably the saddest day of my life.
That is amazingly insightful, and this book is a lot of fun. Books by Battaglia is where you should go, BATTAGLIA.com. We are so thrilled to have had you on the show. And really quickly, you got about 30 seconds. What are you working on next?
Right now, I'm doing a lot of promotion for Beneath the Rings. My dream is to have this adapted for either film or extended series. So I'm working on that right now, and I've left the book open to potentially a sequel. So I haven't started writing that yet, but I've started brainstorming some ideas of where that could go. So those are the things that I'm working on right now.
I'm a little confused. How is it that a full access journalist with immense skills racing against time against a shadowy secret terrorist organization across both an Olympic event and a blood-soaked desert, how does that lend itself to TV? I'm totally kidding. It's a lot of fun, guys. Check out Beneath the Rings, by the way. Big thanks to Joe. We can't thank you enough for making time for us this morning.
Well, thanks for having me. I really appreciate it. Good conversation.
You as well.
Thank you, Joe. Joe's my new best friend.
I kind of like him too. He's okay, you know. Good to have a cup of Joe with Joe this morning, guys. By the way, we're going to make our way into the break. Lindsay, we got somebody great coming up. Boy, this guy's got a lot of great info, doesn't he? Woo!
Dude, this guy's intense. And don't you try to lie to him, because he will know. He's detected lies in international criminals. So just everybody buckle up is what I'm trying to tell you. Our next guest has made a career to figure it out if people are telling the truth. That means you, Jimmy Mack.
Oh, I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried. I can pass a polygraph. I can pass a polygraph, which is really terrifying. We'll be right back on the other side of this. Lindsay Lawler, Jimmy Mack, phone master Andre Thibodeau. I've passed one. I've passed a polygraph. You can do it with a little bit of Valium. But I'll ask him that question. You can do it with Valium and just by constricting your sphincter. Yeah, that's what you can do. That's true, by the way.
I don't trust you anymore. I don't trust you any less.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
It's Wednesday.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act. One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, Radio Nemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at Radio Nemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future. It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Let's see if we can achieve liftoff, Phone Master Dre.
Oh, man, we are achieving liftoff like a champ. Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler, hanging out with you on Road Gang Radio from the Fastport Studios. Hello.
Good morning to you. How is it over there in the great state of Tennessee? My favorite volunteer.
Wherever you are.
I don't want to talk about it, and I think you know that. I don't even want to lie about it. I don't even want to lie about it for our next guest and tell you that things are going great over here, because they're not. So, Dre, just get us to our next guest so Jim can prove what a bad liar he is.
By the way, recently retired after 25 years with the United States Secret Service, Brad Beeler brings a wealth of experience from that distinguished career. In his final position as an instructor and liaison at the National Center for Credibility Assessment, how about that, huh? He's trained thousands of federal enforcement agents and intelligence agents in credibility assessment and elicitation techniques. He also served on the protection detail for former President George H.W. Bush and various foreign heads of states. He's been a federal polygraph examiner for 17 years. He secured numerous confessions in high-profile investigations and conducted the most criminal polygraph examinations in the agency's history. He's got a degree in criminology, a master's, by the way, and was honored as the U.S. Secret Service Agent of the Year for combating crimes against children. Recognized globally as a communications expert, Brad has delivered sought-after presentations to law enforcement and intelligence agencies worldwide. I know a lot of the people who listen to this show are really looking forward to the discussion of his new book, Tell Me Everything, a Secret Service agent's proven strategies for earning trust, revealing the truth, and communicating with anyone. Hey, Brad, welcome to the show. It's great to have you.
Thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it.
Brad, it is an honor to have you on, and I'm not even lying because you would know. So I'm not even going to try to, to skirt around that. But here's the deal, guys. I just want to reiterate this again. He's protected presidents. He's worked with foreign heads of state, trained thousands of federal law enforcement and intelligence agents, and the list goes on and on. And, by the way, Special Agent of the Year. So this is fascinating stuff. And if you're going to read a book online or, more importantly, the truth, it would be from this guy. So I think, which is what's interesting, I feel like, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's almost like when we're talking about lying, we're actually also talking about the truth. And I want to come at it first from a performance angle, because I've always joked, Brad, that as I'm a songwriter here in Nashville, and I've always joked that entertainers and songwriters, actors, etc., we're basically professionally trained liars, because we're hiding stories in songs or in scripts or whatnot, and a lot of times working our own stuff out that way. So what is your take on the difference between deception and performance?
Oh, I've never heard it put that way, so I like how you kind of put a bow on that for me. So when I look at deception, I look at what's genuine first. Secret Service, we obviously have an investigative component too. So when we learn how to stop counterfeit money, we learn what genuine money is first. So if you know what genuine money is, everything else is counterfeit. And it's kind of the same way with behavior. If you can truly understand what genuine behavior is, then anything different from that is obviously going to be a red flag. So I like how you talked about country music and songs and how people work things out with their lies in the lyrics, because I'm a big believer when you look at communication, you look at the words, but what's more important than the words on that piece of paper is how the words are said and how you look when you're saying the words. So that's what I really want people to focus on, is not just what they're saying, but the vocal tonality of how they're saying it, and then how they look when they're saying it is so much more important. My Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu instructor is Portuguese, and he did not speak any English, but grew up loving Red Hot Chili Peppers. He didn't understand a word of what they were saying, but he loved the performance. He loved the music videos. So that's what's so much more important in communication.
Let me follow up here from a performance standpoint as well. There's a wonderful book by a guy named Stephen Bach called Final Cut. It's about being in Hollywood. And there's a great moment when he actually has a meeting with Francis Coppola. And he said, guys, he writes this about Coppola. He says, a lot of people in Hollywood are sincere. He said, you wouldn't believe how many people in Hollywood are sincere. What Coppola exudes, he said, is different. It's authenticity. And And is it the same kind of distinction here, that sincerity is an easy kind of coin to kind of trade in, whereas authenticity, we know when we're looking at the real McCoy. That's really what it kind of comes down to. I mean, is that what we're getting at? Because I do want to dig in a moment into the idea of all of your senses playing a part of presenting yourself. But is it the difference between what is sincere and what is authentic?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really tough one to kind of parse out because, I've talked to people from world leaders to pedophiles and everyone in between. And it is really, really hard to get to what is authentic. Like you said, the real McCoy. How do you get to that? And usually when I see that in the darkest moments. Okay, I see that when somebody's lost a loved one. I see that when they're saying something that they did, when they admit to this horrible deed. That's when you see true authenticity from someone, when all the barriers are broken down. There's no fronts. There's no, hey, I'm trying to make you feel this way about me. It's just, it comes with the tears many times, or it comes with the laughter. The highs and the lows is when I typically will see authentic. It's the margins in between where a lot of times the emotions try to put forward, here's how I want you to view me. And I think from what you're saying is Coppola really, really stripped it down and how he would write a script and how he would direct the script to show those highs and those lows.
This is so, my gosh, I feel like I want to talk to you every day for the rest of my life, Brad. Okay. I also want to try to write a song with you because what's interesting, too, what just made me think is I was writing a song one day, Brad, with a guy who was blind. And it's the only time I'd ever written anybody who didn't have that sense. And I realized how I was describing things was so different than how he was describing them, and it opened up such a portal in my brain that I didn't know what happened. And so I'm curious. With that being said, if someone's telling a story that isn't technically true or isn't maybe logistically true based on what we know to be facts. But it is emotionally true, and it's ringing emotionally true to them. They believe that it's true, even though it's not. Does that actually register as lying to the brain?
Yeah, so I'm going to touch on the first part of that. So, you look at Ronnie Millsap, who I've seen in concert, and amazing songwriter, right? Because you lose one sense, and then obviously others. My best friend's deaf for the last 35 years, and you bring that up because it's so important. That's how I learned to communicate, was through sign language and looking into someone's face and realizing you have to use body language to accentuate points. So I start with that. And then when we go to, we look at deception and how we determine if somebody is being deceptive with us. It is so easy, Lindsay, to lie. And we are very, very bad as a tribal society to pick up on those lies. So what we have to do is we have to put people in yes and no situations. So would both of you agree that there might be people in your life that tell tall tales? Can you think of somebody?
Oh, you're talking to one of them. Hi.
Yeah. Yeah, I was about to say, my co-host.
Okay. Well, Lindsay, let's do this then. Let's have Jimmy be our subject, okay? And Jimmy is talking about all the miles he's driven, how many loads he's done, his luck with the ladies, how much money he's made, whatever it is, okay? Or he went into his supervisor and he said, you know what, I've had enough of this. This is ridiculous. You're working me too hard. I'm not getting enough money. And you're not buying it, Lindsay. Well, up to this point, he's had the stage. The spotlight hasn't been on him from the standpoint of you haven't questioned him and you don't want to call him a liar. So one thing you could do is at the end of that, you could say to Jimmy, wow, you said that to her or him, whoever the boss is. Now you've changed the narrative to a yes or no question. You've put the dog was walking freely, and now you've metaphorically put the dog on the leash. And now Jimmy a lot of times is going to say, well, in so many words, that's what I said.
Yeah.
And you can do that with your kids. You can do that in your personal and professional life. It's a really good hack to try to determine that. But when I look at detection of deception, there's a couple things that I look for that put the odds in your favor, because we're really, really bad at this, is delay. So if I know Jimmy's baseline and it's you ask a question, you provide stimulus, and there's a tenth of a second delay, and he gives you a yes or no. So it's question, no, and then on the third question, it's no. Okay, that was weird. You didn't ask him what you had for lunch 2 weeks ago where he had really had to think about it. It was, did you shoot that man? Did you do this? Did you falsify that report? Whatever it was. So delay, and that's either actual delay or repeating the question. It's a big red flag. The next thing is, would I put an exclamation point or would I put a question mark behind what they said? So, for instance, with my daughter, hey, Sydney, did you clean your room? Yes. I would put a question mark behind that yes and not an exclamation point. Big red flag. I don't think Sydney cleaned her room. LY statements, usually, normally, typically, those are statements where when you hear that, have an ear for that. And why did they put usual, normally, or typically with that? Very, very suspect. And then when they shake their head yes, but they say no, or vice versa, when the body language is disconnected from the spoken word. Those are 4 little hacks that they're not 100%, not even anywhere close, but they definitely bring you up from where human nature naturally is at picking up lying.
So if I'm
Jim, I got to say real quick, Jim, and I have to know, Brad, is it, I feel like I don't, in my next life, don't want to be your kid or maybe even married to you. This feels tricky. Feels very tricky.
Yeah, it's tough, Lindsay, because you don't want to live your life like that. And the hardest part I had is, so I've talked to thousands of child offenders and people that exploit children. And that's the hardest part because you think everybody out there is a boogeyman, and it's hard to view the good in people. So I really have to modulate that, and you have to turn that off as much as I can in my personal life, or else it's rough.
Two things, a couple, actually a whole bunch of things, because I keep wanting to get to something, but you guys keep opening up other doors. So if I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying that while one delayed no, it does not make a murderer. You're looking for a mosaic of patterns, and the idea that in the midst of an interview, you get 1 or 2 pauses where somebody realizes what they say is really important, so they take a longer moment on a particular question to make sure they're getting it right. Is a very, very different thing than a series of patterns of delays, equivocations, ly words, and not yets. All of that stuff is the second thing. And the other thing is, too, in regards to lying, is that you don't always know what they're lying about. Is something else, too, that comes up because somebody may be being duplicitous with you, and you think, oh, my God, I've got them, and then you realize there's something else they're covering up, that there's some shame someplace else they don't want you to know about, and they're stupidly walking themselves into suspicion. Does that make sense?
100%. I love how you put mosaic. I'm going to steal that from you, Jimmy.
Take it.
I love that term because it is true. Too many people on TikTok, Instagram, they say this one thing, and if it's ever done, it's 100%. And that's not life. There's too many intricacies, and human beings are too complex. Is that we are very bad at communication now because we've devolved from basically Shakespeare, where we'd have to look at people, talk to people, write things down, to now I can send you a text. You can wait, determine, hey, am I going to respond to that text? Am I going to put it in ChatGPT to come up with what's the perfect response? So on and so forth. So, yeah, that's the part of it, is that we suck at communication right now. So is someone just being awkward with us? We need to see where's that deviation from the baseline and not just that one-off. Now, if I hear a one-off, like, for instance, if I ask somebody accused of murder, hey, what do you think should happen to somebody that shoots somebody? And they say, oh, I don't know, treatment. Well, that's a horrible answer, and that's probably almost enough for me to turn the tide, to really kind of turn the screws on this person. But by and large, most things people say, I'm not going to take one thing out of context and really use that. And there's a lot of different, I just gave you 4, and those are the best, I think, as far as tipping it in your favor, but there's definitely no 100%. And I apologize, Jimmy, I went on a little tangent there. What was the second part of your question?
Oh, well, no, you actually covered it, by the way, which is the idea that they're covering something else. The idea that you find out that somebody's alibi collapses, but then their alibi collapsed because even though they weren't the murderer, they were having an affair and did not want to expose. I mean, that's a big example. That's a fictional example.
Yeah, why the lie, Jimmy? And that's key. There's a great book out by Dr. David Keatley that just came out that's called Why the Lie. And what he looks at is, hey, we're all into, did the person lie to me? But like you said, they may not have killed the person, but they were at that sleazebag hotel because they were cheating on their wife. And that's why they're lying about their whereabouts. So there's a lot of different reasons why people lie. And a lot of times, if I dissect the why of the lie, they're afraid. They don't want to dime their buddy out. They're unsure of the punishment. If I can address that either before I ask the question with a preamble, we all make mistakes. This is not the end of the world. Just be honest with me. Or if I address it after they've lied to me, a lot of times by handling the why, they then give me the what.
Wow. Okay, so much of this has to do with fear. So much of this is fear-based. We're talking with Brad Beeler. He's is an expert online, but not because he does it himself, but he is the author of Tell Me Everything, which is this behind-the-scenes look at really how trust is built and how deception works. It's fascinating. It's fascinating. I'll just leave it there. You can tell by just talking to him. I want to. I mean, you mentioned ChatGPT, and my mind just raced to, oh my God, between social media and ChatGPT, that's a whole new massive layer in lying that we can dive into. But first, I am back to sort of the entertainment thing a little bit, but more from a storytelling standpoint. My mentor in radio, by the way, told me forever ago that it's not lying if it makes the story better. Now, granted, that's different in entertainment than it is when you're trying to pass a polygraph. But I'm curious on that note, if we know so many great storytellers, or the bullsitters at the cocktail party that are telling their stories. Do great storytellers share traits with great deceivers, or great truth tellers? Yeah. Is there a common overlap there?
Yeah, I would say so. Definitely, Lindsay, is that people that are great storytellers, when they're in a situation where they want to lie, they oversell, they over-emote the story. They give lots and lots of details that some of those details may actually be truthful. And because they're used to lying and telling stories, their response, that fight or flight response of potentially getting caught, they have what's called duper's delight. They don't think they're going to get caught, so their anxiety level isn't really triggered. Whereas there's really bad liars out there because they don't do it very often and they're afraid of the consequences. And you can literally see the emotion pouring out of them. With polygraph, I get a look internally into the body. And I know a lot of people don't agree with polygraph. It's controversial. I get it. It shouldn't be used in court. Right place, right person, with stringent regulations associated with it. But when I'm looking at the polygraph, I'm looking at blood pressure and heart rate changes. I'm looking at breathing pattern changes. I'm looking at sweat gland activity. That's great that I can see inside the body. But even without a polygraph, when I ask a yes or no question to anyone, they are still going to be feeling the same thing that's inside. It's just certain people can camouflage those outward expressions or those linguistic statements better than others. And with ChatGPT, the interesting part about it is, in real time, we are going to be able to, through our AirPods, whatever the case may be able to run that through a ChatGPT module to look at linguistic problematics, to look at red flags and word choices, so on and so forth. Hey, this person used the word left versus went. They said didn't versus did not. Whatever the case may be, there's a lot of science that over a 30-minute conversation, running it through an algorithm, I can actually put this into my favor. The problem with that is we're going to become so robotic and so analytical with it, we're losing the ability to look someone in the eyes and actually communicate.
What is really interesting for me, it's just amazing, is that going through the book, I began to realize how important two things were. One, protected privilege, the idea that people, we talk about the alibi story we told early, why it is that attorney-client privilege, confessional privilege, spousal privilege is actually so important. Because this is one of those examples where if you can find somebody to tell the truth to, you might not end up getting caught in a lie because the person you're working with says, look, you got to get ahead of this. You got to get on top of this. You got to let them. There are ways that an attorney can come to you as an investigator saying, look, my client was screwing around. We have the receipts. We don't want to make this public, but we can actually point you in the right direction. That's the big one. The one I wanted to talk about, though, is that the book becomes without doing it, becomes a really kind of great tribute to what a genuine friendship is as well, too. Yeah. Because you've got to have a circle of trust to some degree, correct?
Yeah, so I'm glad you brought that up, Jimmy. I haven't been asked it that way before, and it wasn't my initial motivation. I just put it on the paper, and it kind of came that way. The first of which is, for your listeners that are in the Catholic faith, or at least understand the Catholic faith as far as the confessional, what is it about a confessional that makes people want to talk? Yeah, it's ingrained in the religion, but also just the architecture of it. It's anonymity. It's the legal construct of, this stuff's going to stay in this room. It's the fact that priest is not going to hear what you had to say and is not going to be like, really? You did that? Right? They're not going to judge you. They're going to offer you professional advice. And something as simple as having a slightly deeper tone at a softer volume, at just a lower volume, sometimes with a friend, they're going through crisis. And if you just lower your volume, you look them in the eyes, you're frontally aligned, ventrally fronted, meaning the front of your body is aligned to them and your head is down, almost in a confessional posture, and you're not judging them, you're not, showing them contempt. Just by doing that alone, you're getting information. And then to carry on with this, Jimmy, if somebody's not honest with you, or if you do want people to open up, what do? You be their buddy. That's the acronym I like to use, where in times of crisis, what do? We blame other people for those person's actions. We maybe don't agree, but we understand why they're in that situation. We diminish the impact of their actions or their choices. We demonstrate tactical empathy by the use of stories, and we focus on the why they did it, not the actual what. So that spells out buddy. And it's what, like you said, what are you going to do with a friend who just lost a loved one or is in a breakup? If they're in a breakup, what are you going to do? You're going to blame the other person in that relationship. You're going to diminish the impact by saying there's other fish in the sea and vice versa. So I like how you framed that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I gotta go. I'm obviously the social media and ChatGPT thing sort of blowing my mind. Chat's a whole nother animal. So let's go back even further, because we live in this world where people create identities online every day. Is that deception? Is that self-protection? Is that modern survival? I just don't even know. That's a whole different truth. But we're now almost being taught, like it's ingrained in our children and the youth, I guess, to create these identities online, and it doesn't even matter if that's real or not, because you'll probably never meet any of those people that are following you online. So I don't even know what the question is in that. Rather, how is it changing how people are questioned, I guess?
I think it's a generalized technology question, and what it affects us is the algorithm and how we communicate. So on the communication standpoint, I can say my son's in college, and, what does he put online? There's no diaries anymore, right? Everybody puts their diary online. They don't put the bad things, they put the good things, the idealized version of themselves. So all we see is everybody's great day. We don't necessarily see their bad days. So coping mechanisms are very, very problematic, right? And also with the algorithm, it's driving us to, we have so many choices. All your listeners right now, they can go across the XM channel, 400 channels, right? They could go to any YouTube, whatever the case may be. And that's great, but the problem is if you go down the rabbit hole, it doesn't become education, it becomes indoctrination, and you're only hearing the people that agree with you. And that changes the behavior, right? So for me, I always get my information from an independent news sources that don't have a side one way or the other, because then I can shape to whoever I'm talking to. Because I know echo chambers are real. When I came on in 1999, I was on the Bush detail, W. Bush, and I was center left when I started that detail. But when you're around the financiers, the supporters, the protectee, the staffers, and 20,000 people 3 times a day that are listening to the same stump speech, after several rotations of protection, I started going center right because I was listening to the same message and only that message. And I don't say that to say that's wrong or that's right. I just say that's a reality. So you really have to check yourself to make sure, where am I getting my communication from? Because you're steering yourself in a direction where you can't talk to half the population.
If we had more time, I would want to get more into detail about one of my favorite terms I've ever heard, which is enclosed cognition. Enclosed cognition, by the way. And you know, you got to promise us you'll come back on at some point, because I'd love to talk to you about how we both lie in our presentation of ourselves and how we actually have tells. Is there anything that people can spot when somebody's presenting themselves one way from a visual standpoint in regards to presenting their senses that people can pick up on? Just give us one before we get out of here.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. It's the congruence, right? It's the person that, you know, they're speaking positively, but their body language is broken. It's crossed up. It's leaning forward. It's almost in a confessional posture. So when the body language is not confident, but the spoken word is confident or braggadocious, I'm going to trust the body language when there's an incongruence there. And I don't know if that answers your question, Jimmy, but just from a snapshot standpoint, the other thing that I look at, just to briefly talk about enclosed cognition that your listeners will understand, is state troopers. State troopers, they're trained to put that cover on, to have that gig line on their uniform look spit and polish. And the reason being is they're out on an island. If they pull a car over and those people maybe have malicious intent, those people are having to make an internal decision. Am I going to try this person? And when they look at people that have, attacked law enforcement, one of the number one things that comes up is I thought I could take the person by their presence and the way that they looked. And that's just so dangerous. So sometimes, as much as we don't want to fake it to make it, when it comes to law enforcement, I do want them to look the part, because sometimes that carries the day in the mind of the person that they're talking to.
Whew. Okay, real quick, before we lose you, I want a quick lightning round. 3 questions for you. Can someone lie to themselves and still pass a polygraph?
No, they can't, unless there's significant mental health issues, which would probably keep them from taking a polygraph in general. So, for instance, if you 20 years ago shot somebody and you've told yourself for those 20 years, I didn't do it, somebody else did it, you're still going to remember the physical actions of pointing that gun, pulling that cold trigger, holding that 4-pound piece of iron, and you're still going to remember the crack and all those senses that happened. And whether you felt remorse or not, you could be a cold-blooded killer, you're still going to remember doing that act.
Okay, got it. And then are parents or kids better liars?
Kids 100%, because the parents tend to believe the kids. The kids have less. They lie more often. They get more dupers delight out of it. So we are lied to more often by family members than criminals. Usually, to go to the why, to save face, to not hurt other people's feelings. But yes, kids are amazing liars.
And Jim thinks he can pass the lie detector test, so we'll have to have you back another time.
Yeah.
But, Brad, you were fascinating. Jim, this is somebody who can read a lot into our lives, Jim. Jim, who's better liar, politicians, criminals, or people that are in love?
People who are in love, man. You can convince yourself of anything when you're in love, by the way. That's it.
Yeah. I agree with you. Jim.
Thank you so much, Brad. You're welcome back anytime. Loved having you every last minute of it. Thank you, sir.
Awesome. You guys are awesome. Thank you.
Lindsay, we'll come back on the other side.
This is a great book.
And it really is. It's wonderful. And I got to say, enclothed cognition was one of my favorite terms of all time. Brad Beeler's book is Tell Me Everything. He's a former Secret Service agent and, from all appearances, a really righteous dude. We'll be right back to shoot the Shinola as we head towards the final half hour of Road Gang Radio. But other stuff is coming your way. RadioNemo.com is the place to be. Go over there and subscribe.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org. If someone tells you they need to get a life, tell them to join us here at Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack. Let's seize the day with Phone Master Dre.
Yeah, season the day with Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler.
Maybe it should be seasoning the day.
Oh, yeah, a little bit of that paya.
Put a little paya, a little spice on it, by the way, giving the day a little bit of spice. Lindsay, speaking of enclothed cognition, Lindsay, I wanted to ask you a question. just to kind of dig into this for uno momento. When you're feeling bad and when you're feeling down, do you use external devices in regards to can you think of a particular time where you actually externally kind of boosted yourself by how you dressed or what you wore or how you presented yourself? I know you've done it, but anything particular you can think of?
Hell yeah. A red lipstick, a high heel, and a spray tan fixes everything.
Same. Absolutely.
Is that what you mean?
Well, that's
Is that what you're saying?
That's kind of what I'm saying, by the way. I've often found that that basically making sure that like I will over groom. I don't mean that I'll pluck all my eyebrows out, but I'll make a point of like really like rather than just shaving, I will get like really detailed. I get really close up into the mirror and make sure that every little hair lines up, and and make sure that I find the nicest clothes I have that day that still match the moment of wherever I'm going. I'll often polish shoes to feel better. There's just a lot of things that I will do to kind of like lift my spirits if I'm headed out to kind of a bad place. So that's exactly what I meant. Has it worked?
Because we can choose in that moment. I can lean in and just wear my sweats or as my sick clothes, as my husband calls them. You're just going to walk around in your sick clothes all day, or we can frou-frou ourselves up. We can be with people who make us happy. We can, there's certainly things we can do to make it better, but that's on us.
Yeah, and like I said, that's the thing too, is the fact that it's almost, and I will say this, that it actually does have a genuine impact. They're really, when I've kind of slowed the world down and taken real time to prepare myself for things or wound the day down in a proper fashion, I've begun to realize, over the course of many years, the mistake it is, unless you are absolutely like exhausted to the point of almost sickness, to simply collapse in bed. And then you wake up and your clothes are on the floor and everything is scattered all over the place and you're setting yourself up not to be able to find your wallet or try to figure out which pair of pants your keys were in and all that kind of stuff. That sometimes slowing the world down and taking time to prepare externally, it does have a sense of fake it till you make it. In reading this book, there were just so many things in regards to a lot of the stuff I kind of already knew, but there was some stuff in there that I had not thought about at all that really kind of landed in regards to not just in regards to how to spot a liar, great, terrific, but in how to kind of present yourself out there in the world. We didn't get a chance really to dig into that, but the book's also how to live your best life. Did you notice that, by the way? There really is a sense of a way to kind of front face yourself. I really love that.
Well, because it's freeing. We're talking about, if you notice, everything he said, why people lie, it all comes back to fear. We're scared we're going to get in trouble. We're scared we're going to say the wrong thing. We're scared someone's going to break up with us. We're scared we're going to, in his case, go to prison for the people he's working with. Everything, we tell lies because we're scared. And it may not seem that in that moment, but it's all fear-based of, if I don't say this, then that will happen. And so it all bases are on that. So what he's getting at is really releasing you from those fears. So like you said, live your best life. If we can, remove those shackles and not care anymore. I was so curious, and I didn't get to ask him, but what he thinks is harder, getting someone, and Jim, this is big, and I need everyone to hear this. I don't know the answer, but it's an interesting contemplation. What's harder, getting someone to tell the truth or getting someone to hear the truth? Because that's the other thing. We can say to somebody, that's not true. Here is what's true. But until, it's the same thing with trying to teach somebody anything, trying to teach my daughter how to ski. She won't listen to my husband until she's ready to hear it from him. She's never going to learn from him. So that's a big difference too. I wish I would have been able to talk to him about that.
The other thing is that he made a really good point about being center left and then being cognizantly aware of his pull to the center right as he spent more time doing his job properly for the Bush administration. One of the things that I just am constantly distressed by, and I really wish I could do it, but you can't, because of course, meaning I have a feeling, okay, so I always say I've always said on this show, I don't want to hear your opinions on national politics unless you can tell me who at least one of your local representatives are, because it means you really don't care. You're just having fun and you're engaged in a one-upsmanship sport. The other thing that I find really just wacko is I've often said, I will believe where you stand if you can make the best possible argument that your opponents make. And I consistently find that when I ask people that, they get really angry with me. You know what I'm saying? Or can you present the other side of this opinion? Can you really kind of lay out the other side of this opinion? And people can't. They can't, Lindsay, because it means that they'd have to think about it, empathize, crawl into the shoes of these people. And I mean the worst possible people. That empathy, which is not the same as sympathy, they can't do. And because they can't do, either they dehumanize the people they're opposing, or they fail to figure out why the people they're opposing are doing what they're doing. Because sometimes empathy isn't just about like feeling for people, it's understanding them. And I said this on the show this morning, and I know that you've been doing a lot of stuff, but I know you got a chance to catch some of it, where I make arguments against what a lot of our listeners believe in. And I don't do it because I want to argue with them. I want them to understand that there's another point of view. Marco Rubio gave a terrific speech one time from the floor of the Senate where he explained, he goes, do you think that these people that you hate who have been elected here, the ones that you oppose, were elected by people who were stupid? He said, look, I don't agree with the single thing Senator Markey has said. He goes, but lots of people voted for him, and it's not just because they're fools. He said, you've got to understand that other people have a point of view, and if you can't make that argument, their argument, then you really can't have an argument with them. That's my TED Talk. There you go.
It's my biggest problem with religion, quite frankly, including my own that I was raised in, that if you can't hear somebody else's side, like if you're, and again, we're not talking religion or politics. However, if, to your point, Jim, if you can't see both sides of religion and politics, then you can't have a discussion with somebody. If I have somebody saying to me, you're wrong, therefore you're going to hell, I've stopped listening to everything you're going to say after that. And it's a hard place. If you can't see straight, you can't debate. Put that on a T-shirt.
That's
but
pretty
if
good.
You can't, be able to if you can't, and by straight I mean to walk right down the middle, that I can be in the middle, see the left, see the right, not politically. I'm saying turning my head and be able to have a conversation, say, I see where you're coming from. Now let me tell you where I'm coming from. It's as simple as that, I think, just to hearing each other. It's the whole problem with the entire world is that we've slapped labels on things and we can't hear what anybody else is saying and be okay with thinking differently.
I'm going to tell you something. Of all the things I look back on in regards to my high school education, I got educated at Jesuit High School in New Orleans. I don't know if people understand the Catholic faith, but the Jesuits are the educators. I mean, they are really, they believe in the Socratic method. We had to take religion every year. Our sophomore year religion class, Lindsay, 4 quarters, 2 semesters, they walk in and they look at you and they say, we're going to teach all the other world's major religions and we're going to teach them to you as if they are the actual way. We're going to teach you Judaism. We're going to teach you Islam. We're going to teach you Hindu. And they went through, all the major religions. And then they had a whole semester about all the different the different sects of Christianity, and it was amazing. When I look back on that, they say, we're not going to teach you why they're wrong. We're going to teach you as if they are the right way to go. We want you to understand this. And, yesterday was the celebration of the 4 chaplains who died on the ship when they all gave up their seats on the lifeboat to other men. And each one of them, if you read about how the chaplain system was created in the U.S. military, they wanted people who were so secure in their faith that they were willing to minister to others of different faiths. And I find that a deeply moving prospect that you have got to, I think, hit the nail on the head. It's like if you've already decided that I'm going to hell before we even get started, a couple of big exceptions, by the way, you know what I'm talking about. But if you've already decided that I am a bad person, then there is no way you're going to ever win me over. And that means you're a bad person because it means you're looking to hurt people. You're looking to punish people. And I hate to put it that way.
Well, no, it's right. Because even if say, Jim, if my ultimate goal is to convert you to Christianity, if that's my ultimate goal, So assume that even if I think that I think that what you believe is wrong. I'm not talking about Jim specifically. Obviously, everybody, I'm not worried about him. He's fine with whatever he believes. He's good. Okay, so, but even if I'm trying to convert somebody in my head, if that's my method, if that's my ulterior motive, still, no matter what, I still have to understand what that person believes so that I could find ways for them, and they have to understand what I believe for us to have that connection. So even if I want to convert you, I got to know what you currently believe so that I could daisy chain you back to my side, so to speak. So no matter what, you still got to understand that other person, period.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. Full stop. We got Marshall on the phone. There's a lot more to talk about. We can keep on unpacking this over the course of the week. That's the best part. We get to decide what to talk about. Marshall is joining us this morning. What is going on?
Well, I'm involved in enclosed cognition all the time. I'm enclosed in this steel and glass trap, and I'm cognizant of what's going on around me. So I think I understand that subject somewhat. But, hey, Lindsay, I followed your instructions. I went and watched the Red Clay Strays singing at the CMA Awards, and you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
That was a rock performance. It's
great song,
not
too.
the current style of rock, and it wasn't a Kiss performance or anything, but I mean, they were rockers. No doubt about that deal. But so much of what he does is quasi-religious almost. But I still maintain he's kind of a cross between Johnny Cash and Elvis Presley. So
yeah, no, I like that reference. Did you like the performance? Because you could see where the roots are coming from, and they took you for sure. We're talking about the Red Clay Strays who performed back in November at the CMAs. You can find it on YouTube. It's pretty epic. Whether you like it or not, you can't say that it wasn't quite a performance. And I think he takes you on that emotional journey. So did you like it? Regardless of the music, were you entertained?
Yes, because they're talented. It's one thing to be a rocker and just hey, I'm a rocker, and then to be a talented rocker. It wasn't my cup of tea. I'm not big on a lot of rock music, not anymore anyhow, as I've aged. When I was younger, probably yes, but it was, you could see the talent. You could tell that they knew what they were doing and they were doing it right. So I was surprised though that they would do rock at the CMA. You'd think he'd do one more of it, something more along their country vibe. But hey, it was good. It was entertaining, and they're definitely talented. So
well, think about it this way, Marshall. When you say you would have thought he would have done country, yeah, I agree. But think about it this way. It almost goes back to our guest we had on 2 guests ago talking about the Olympics, and when he was there in Beijing, and he said he was so blown away. We think about things that we see all the time and like on TV, but then when you're actually in it, it's a whole different perspective. And he thought, wow, if I'm already here in Beijing, I got to go see everything I can because I may never get a chance to come back here again. Now, I don't know if the Red Clay Strays had that in mind, where they thought, I may never get a chance to be on this stage on an awards show again. I mean, they were already sort of out of left field even being there and being invited, even though they're very, very talented. But I wonder how much of that played in their mind. I may never be on this stage again. I got to do something that's going to make people talk, whether it's what they want, whether it's what they like or not. I need them to talk about me. And I think that probably played into it.
Well, I would have to agree. They stand out. It made them stand out from everybody else. So, but hey, I've been sending you a lot of reels. I hope you're not getting mad. I've gotten into this reels thing. Every night I go through, and I'm finding a lot of interesting, talented people and stuff that are on these reels. And they're short. They're only a couple minutes long. You can go sometimes. I found one that shows up on the reels, and I've got to figure out how to subscribe to their channel. It's old-time country music, and they bring it. Like last night, I was watching one with Eddie Raven, and it's like a club setting almost, like they're on stage, and you can tell the all the musicians there, or most of the musicians there that are playing are older people, my age. That's not necessarily my age, but close to my age. Some of them my age, some of them even older. And then I keep finding interesting, unusual people on it. There's a Cuban guy, he's born in Cuba and everything else, who's doing country music, old school country music. That's really talented and stuff. I think I tagged you in his post rather than just sending it to you in Messenger. I'm trying not to fill up your Messenger app with
You're not blowing me up. I appreciate it. I can't currently really get online, but I will respond to them. And the ones that I have seen, I have written down. So I appreciate them. Keep sending them. Jim and I love your suggestions.
And we do. We love your suggestions. And, Marshall, we love being tagged, by the way. I haven't felt ever that the tagging was inappropriate. I wish more people would do it who are actually listeners of ours. I think they're kind of gun-shy about it. They don't want to be a problem. But what you do with that is great. It just keeps us in the loop. It keeps the sense of a lot of people together, kind of out there on the road together. And all the videos you send us of suggestions for possibilities, they all get stored away. They all get sent on to Claire Marie as well, too, brother. You keep on doing what you're doing, okay? Seriously.
I take it easy with the tagging because I actually had some people contact me. Please don't tag me in your post. It confuses people on my Facebook. They think I'm in Arizona when I'm up here in Iowa. So anyone who's ever asked me not to tag them, I immediately stop tagging them. Because hey, they don't want to see me eating necessarily at Triple T Truck Stop in Tucson, and they're in Iowa. I did it basically just to get their attention, but I can understand because I get tagged in posts. It confuses some people. They think you're in that place, so I understand that too.
Yeah, and I find it's really great. Just the occasional check-in. Hey, do you mind being tagged? Absolutely not. So I'm giving you proper permission. Tag me to Kingdom Come. Love it, Marshall. We love hearing from you, brother. Thanks for the call, man. Just the best.
Everybody have a great day.
You too. You too,
brother.
The thing that we're kind of getting at here, Lindsay, before we took Marshall's phone call, is the fact that it's okay to have doubt. That's one of the things that I want people to kind of walk around and take away from anything we've talked about today. It's okay to have doubts. Even one of the best guys at spotting liars in the known universe, who just joined us this morning, said, we talked about this, the idea that just because you know somebody's lying doesn't mean you know what they're lying about. It's more important. It's people I find that drive me the craziest, Lindsay, are people who are not always right, but they're always certain. And nothing drives me crazier than that. That is like, it's just, exactly what I'm talking about, where you're like, now they think they're always right, but it's their certainty that just always says. And I've always said that if you say, why, people who say stuff like this, why can't we all put aside our differences and come together? I'm always like, yeah, that means I have to give up everything I believe and you get your way. You know what I'm talking about? It makes me crazy when I hear stuff like that, because you just want to say, hey, why don't you tell me the doubts you've had that your certain position could be wrong? I mean, have you ever had that moment when you're like, you're pretty sure you're right about something, but you're like, I'm not entirely certain. And I don't think a lot of people introduce uncertainty because they confuse it with weakness. I think it actually being able to say I'm wrong and being able to say I'm willing to be proved wrong, not as like a challenge on a college campus. Sorry, guys. But really say, hey, I'm going to listen and not take notes on how I can win the point, but simply hear where you're coming from.
Yeah.
That's it. That's it. Kind of full stop.
Well,
right
it circles back. Yeah. Just hear where other people are coming from. It's really not that hard. We just talked for 30 minutes about something, well, an hour really, if you go back to our guest from earlier, about something that I think everything profound in the world is actually very, very basic. I just do. We overcomplicate everything. Just hear somebody out and then process what they said and then respond. It's really not that hard.
No, it isn't.
And have some empathy and sympathy and compassion from everybody, that everybody's doing the best they can with the information they have, with how they were raised, with what's in their head, what their surroundings are, where they are economically. They're all doing the best. We're all doing the best we can. Even the terrible, quote unquote, terrible people, I think they're doing the best they can with the information they have.
Yeah, I mean there is a case to be made even for that. I will say this too, and I've been thinking about this because we've talked about the Grammys. I've been thinking about this because we've talked about nobody being willing to listen to truck drivers who, for the better part of a decade, have said there's always something wrong out there. I get that. It's a very tough job, but have been saying for 10 years something is really wrong out here and nobody is listening to us. Something is happening that nobody is actually giving us the time of day to listen. They're just writing us off. I'm going to actually problematize this for some of our listeners, and I hope they take this in a good spirit, because there are times that I watch the Grammys and I watch the Emmys and I watch certain things, particularly stuff like the MTV Awards or the Grammys. And this is something that they need to recognize and realize. When you're watching an award ceremony like that and you feel completely out to sea, and you're like, somebody I love today wrote, I heard that Bad Bunny is playing the Super Bowl halftime show. I'm not even going to watch the game. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, I get it. I understand. But I want you to let that land on you. You feel that? You feel underrepresented? You feel like what you're watching isn't who you are? You feel like that there's a whole world out there that these people aren't covering? Well, welcome to what it actually feels like. Let that land for a second. The idea that rather than being like, I'm being victimized, why don't you let it land this way? Man, that really sucks, dude. I don't recognize any of this music. I don't enjoy any of this music, and I don't recognize any of these people. I don't know what the hell's going on. And then say to yourself, imagine all the people who you're seeing right now watching you for the better part of 100 years or so. And now you know what it feels like. And here's where it gets even more complex. So it behooves the people who are on television to remember this, to maybe remind Mr. Goodell of this. Hey, we don't want to be jerks about this. We totally get other people getting a shot at this, and we know you want to expand your audiences to other markets. But hey, man, can we get a little representation? But then to also remember when you do. Because last time I checked, Craig Morgan sang America the Beautiful to open up a sports event very recently, and there are a lot of examples of that. Are you unhappy because you don't see yourself, or are you unhappy because you have to see everybody else and you don't like that? Just food for thought. I'm not saying what I'm saying is right. I'm simply saying think about it, make the case for the other side before you actually make the case for yourself. You might find it changes your view, or you might find it actually only strengthens your case. Sorry, it's a TED Talk.
I was about to say, yeah. If you sit with it and still feel that way, then sure, then own it. That as long, Jim, to your point, as long as you're able to back it up and be like, I don't like it. Here's why. Period. Here's I don't want to see your Latin BS. And if that's what you feel like, then own that. But you have to own your why, and own your why. And I think that's it. I mean, I'm still going to watch it for my entertainment. I don't know Bad Bunny's music. I could personally care less about Bad Bunny. I'm not saying I could care less about Latin music. I'm saying I don't know Bad Bunny. It doesn't speak to me, but I'm still going to watch it to be entertained. I'm still going to watch it because I'm going to talk about, it's actually part of my job to come back and talk about it. So that's why I'm going to watch it. And I'll tell you whether I liked it or not. I already know it's not going to be my kind of music, but I'm going to listen for the musicality in it. I'm going to listen for the talent piece in it or not. So it'll be, I think it's going to be interesting. I will be watching. Listen, Jim, I don't know where I'm going to be watching from. We're supposed to have people over to watch the game, but as of now, we still don't have service. So internet, TV, all of that. So I don't know where we're going to be watching the game. We may have to pivot. And find a bar or find somebody else's house to go watch that, which is a bummer because I really just want to be sitting on my couch in my sweats at my fireplace. But if I can't. I'll go and have some B-dub Wild Wings somewhere. I don't know. What are you doing for the Super Bowl?
Probably just watch it with my dad. I'm watching it with my dad. I did want to throw this out.
Is KK going to make something for you to eat?
No, we're probably going to order something to be delivered there. We don't make my mom cook for that kind of stuff. We don't ever make her cook for anything, but she insists. No. She loves wings, by the way, and so do we. I just want to say this as a kind of final thought about what I was kind of unpacking about the Super Bowl. Imagine saying it this way. completely understanding that you guys want to expand markets and completely understanding that the fan base for a lot of these teams is much bigger than I actually am aware of, I do want to say that there's a whole bunch of us out here who feel like we're the ones that brung you, and we would like a little bit more representation and a little more consideration when it comes to putting the kind of stuff that we feel will maintain our loyalty, while at the same time acknowledging that other people get to participate in all the fun is a much different argument than, I ain't watching because that ain't me. Just want to kind of put that out there as a final thought. Just a final thought. What you got? What you holding on for dear life, right? I mean, that's it. That's all we can do.
Holding on for dear life. They've, Seamus, while we've been on the air these past 2 hours, he's moved the studio setup once again to another house next door to the Airbnb I was at. So we're going to try to do We Should Write live today from a guest bedroom somewhere in Leapers Fork. But coming up, Jim, what's going to be fun? 11 o'clock here coming up in just 3 minutes. We'll be replaying. If you missed the episode with Chris Roberts, I picked this one today to play because, A, he sings live 2 songs that are so good and will speak to your soul. And one of those songs he performs here in this episode, he's going to be performing here in Nashville live this Friday at the CCJ, the Center for Contemplative Justice. Speaking of feeling other people where they're coming from. He will be doing a show called The Way West, and it's brand new music, all new original music plus one from a previous album of his. It's a show they're developing, musical theater show they're developing right now. It's about done. It's so good. They're already testing it around. So they're going to be doing the music from it this Friday. You'll get to hear one of those songs live, quote unquote, the replay here at 11. And then after that, a brand new episode of We Should Write live with Annie McCormick, who's a travel writer. She's an author. She has a debut novel out now with 2 already waiting in the wings in the series. She travels the world, sold her house, her belongings, everything. Truck drivers can identify that, getting rid of all your stuff and just going out on the open road, living in your cab. She pays the quote unquote rent by pet sitting globally, which has given her the opportunity to have space to write. Now she is a published author, and I think you're really going to be inspired by this conversation today. So tune in, a replay episode at 11 and a brand new episode at 12.
A really great show tomorrow, by the way. Harrison Unker, who is an author, is going to be joining us. Dean Croak will be here to talk about the transportation rates and freight. We'll also have Audrey Gibbs, thrilled about her kind of being here, and a whole bunch of other stuff, too. We'll dig into that tomorrow. Thank you. Bye.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Well, hey there, it's Lindsay Lawler, y'all, and welcome to We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. I'm your host, Lindsay Lawler. I'm a songwriter, a performer, and a longtime radio voice. I'm also a storyteller and a proud advocate for the incredible men and women of the trucking industry. And let me tell you, they've got stories. Okay, so We Should Write is where sarcasm meets soul. It's equal parts vulnerability and absurdity. We talk to songwriters, authors, and creatives of all kinds about how putting pen to paper help them heal, grow, and work their stuff out. Because let's be honest, writing is cheaper than therapy and way more, dare I say, honest. So take a breath. Now, let's get it out. Let's get into it because we should write, right? Why are you already ruining it and talking over my beautifully produced intro? You've already ruined the whole episode.
It's beautiful and the candles smell good, but now I'm worried about them because Seamus came in and said it's carcinogenic.
Oh, carcinogenic.
What if we die of candle poisoning?
You know what this episode already has in common with Larry Gatlin?
What's that?
You two both just came in like
Chitty chatty bang bang?
Crazy psychopaths.
Can I say
yes?
The ad before the Wreaths Across America, I forget how wonderful that organization is, and all the times that we spend in D.C. in the cold with the Pietà and the U and the tombstones and the wreaths is beautiful. This time of year especially.
This time of year.
I miss that. We should go. Let's just go.
we got to sing, you and I got to, by the way, this is Chris Roberts. I'll talk about him in a minute.
Hi, Lindsay Lawler.
You and I got to sing. Do you remember? It was one of the most beautiful moments in the world. And then quickly, I was so mad at you.
Oh.
Because we got to
That
sing.
sounds right.
But yeah, that's basically sums up our relationship.
Yeah.
We got to sing in the amphitheater back when you could do that.
Oh, yes.
And we did God Bless America. And you start playing the guitar, and you heard the rumble of the Black Hawk helicopter about to come over. And you looked at me and you said, "Don't cry, I don't know the words." And we sang the song in front of like all the Gold Star mothers and
I mean, I knew half of the words. They get jumbled. All the patriotic songs kind of fall together for me.
But then we had this epic moment,
Yeah.
and then you disappeared. You left because you had to
I
drive
had to
home.
catch a flight.
You caught a flight. You
Yeah.
left.
I had to sing at church.
It was so rude of you.
It was. Yeah, but then you wandered the grounds without me and took pictures right? Was that
Yeah.
that time?
Well, no. Debbie Sparks threw me the keys to a van. I was in a white
Oh.
gown, and she said, "Can you drive these volunteers around?" So I was
Nice.
driving around in a white gown, and they're like, "You take your volunteer driving job real seriously, ma'am."
That sounds right. Yeah. And you do. You take all your volunteer jobs seriously.
I also take this show seriously, but
I
also not.
loved everything that I heard you say leading in. It was beautiful. And you're right. Yeah. It's great, right?
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is a guy, this is one of my best friends in the world. And by the way, if you've been, a lot of our listeners have been at a lot of the events we've sung out over the years, so you've gotten to hear or see this fabulous human perform either with me or on his own. And today we're going to get to know him a little bit better. So this week, I get to sit down with one of my all-time favorite humans, one of my longest, truest co-writing partners, Chris Roberts. He's a Grammy-nominated.
Hi, Lindsay.
Hi. Broadway bred. That's the New York Broadway. The
Broadway
legit,
bred.
The legit Broadway, not the.
The acting, the singing, the dancing.
Yes,
Yeah.
not the Bachelorette train wreck one that I've sang at.
Well, listen, they're both good. One, you have to sing louder notes.
Yes.
Oklahoma, where the wind comes sweeping down the plain. Oklahoma, where the...
Okay.
You went to school there, right?
I did go to school there.
Mm-hmm.
So you can tell he could sing that. He's also the bluegrass singing, harmony stacking.
Look at me go.
Look at you.
Woo!
He's also a unicorn, guys, because he can casually sing opera, which is an oxymoron. But that's what makes you a
Casual
unicorn.
opera?
Casual opera.
That's
makes
a good
you a
idea.
unicorn.
Yeah. Like opera in sweatpants.
Opera and sweatpants. We've written together for almost 20 years. Now, let me finish talking about you. Be quiet for a minute.
Go ahead.
We've written together for almost 20 years. We've traveled the country together, from truck stops to the lighting of the Christmas tree in D.C., the blue field in Boise, the ocean, the mountains, and everything in between.
Woo.
Chris, we have written through heartbreak. We have written through celebration.
Mm-hmm.
We have written through some very dark chapters, probably of each of our lives. I know mine.
Mm-hmm.
You are family to me. And you've been a big part of my growing up. I've watched you grow up too, even though you're older than me. Thank you, and you will always be.
Happy birthday tomorrow.
Thank you.
FYI.
Thank you. And I think this is going to be both the easiest and the hardest episode I've ever prepped, because how do you interview somebody who you know each other's souls really well, and who knows all your stories and your ghosts and your chapters, the good ones and the bad ones. So, where do you even start? So today felt like a moment to ask Chris the things I've never actually got to ask him.
I love it.
Yeah.
Put me on the stand.
I'm going to, because when we're together, we just either laugh or we're creating. And you and I do get deep, but there's stuff I've wanted to know that I probably haven't dug deep enough on. So, Chris, we're going to talk about songwriting as a disguise, a weapon, an escape, a redemption, revenge, a catharsis, and, of course, healing. Yeah.
You lost me after the first three.
I
I
know.
really work in threes, as most songwriters do.
Oh, that means you only
I'm going
get
to need that list written down for me. But
disguise, weapon, and escape. You don't get the good ones.
I don't
then.
get the good ones. Okay, that's fine.
All right, this will be a different episode I'm very excited about. Please make welcome to the show one of my best friends in the world, most talented people I know, my favorite voice in all of Nashville, Chris Roberts.
Thanks, Lindsay Lawler, for having me.
I'm really glad you're here. Dre's excited too. aren't
Hi,
you,
Dre. What's up, buddy? Woo! It's really, really good to be with you the day before your birthday.
Oh, thank you.
And I was kidding about the candle thing. I don't think we're going to die from the carcinogen.
I don't think so. What's up, Dre?
It smells very good.
Oh, he's going away.
Okay.
Dre just pointed. You decide which finger.
Oh,
So, Chris, I always start the show with a big, deep breath, because people listening, a lot of people are listening in their truck, in their office, wherever they may be.
Yep.
We start with a deep breath for us, for them, for everybody. So on the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Did you feel the booger in your nose that you picked on the way here?
Hey, come on. That was between us.
Oh, sorry.
Jeez.
I forget what's
It's
on here.
nothing sacred? Yes, I picked my nose on the way down here. It's an old person thing to do. Although, I was really happy that well, first off, congratulations on your radio show.
Oh, thanks.
And everything, all the radio shows. It seems like you've got many radio shows, and I'm sure they're all fantastic.
They're wonderful.
Yeah, and I'll start listening right when I get home and get a radio. The radio's broken in my truck with the backup camera, so
You
it's a problem.
listen on your phone, actually. So yeah,
there's a phone thing. Okay, good.
iHeart app, Chris.
Yeah.
Okay.
Listen, my point is, I'm glad it's not a TV show because before I left my house, I happened to look in the mirror and I had a Cocoa Pebble and it was stuck like on my lower lip.
Really?
Yeah.
First of all, why are you eating Cocoa
why am I
Pebbles?
eating Cocoa Pebbles and why was one stuck on my lower lip?
I don't know.
I was very embarrassed. And then, you know how those get a little like crunchy when they get
Yeah.
stuck? And I had to really peel it off. It was
Chris, I'm not going
it
to
was
lie.
embarrassing.
This feels like a cry for help.
It is.
Between
It's
the
a Cocoa Pebble problem.
It's Cocoa Pebble and the booger. Things are
Things
hard.
They're
Things are a little sharp.
unraveling quickly.
They're a little sharp right now.
Hey, the breath thing is amazing. And, I told you my daughter, Emily, is currently in California talking about her school. They do something called True North at their charter school,
Okay.
which is basically a deep breath. They get the kids together in these groups. And they do that and call it a True North, and it sort of helps them focus their energies and their spirits, and it's really nice.
That's beautiful.
I love it. Well, I'm glad that you start your show like that.
It's, you know what? It's so basic,
Mm-hmm.
and yet this keeps coming up in my life. The most basic things are also the most profound.
Yeah.
And we're gonna that probably relates to writing. Like when I don't overthink it.
Mhm.
You've in writing have helped me not overthink it, and also I'll say things and you'll be like, no one talks like that. Like I'll try to make something work in a song, and I love when you say to me, no one talks like that. So it's been helpful. All right, so we took our deep breath, and then I say, Chris, in this moment, what are you? Take a little gratitude journal. Let's see. Oh, he's taking it. Oh, yours has a heart on it.
Oh.
So cute. Oh, and a unicorn.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
In your gratitude journal.
It's a butterfly.
And a butterfly. What are you grateful for in this moment, this time of life?
This time of life or this particular moment?
Both.
Okay, both. This moment, I'm very grateful that I'm with you the day before your birthday, and I get to see your beautiful studio that you've designed and are working out of. I love your office. It's great.
Thank you.
And I'm just proud of my friend. So I'm grateful that I get to see you. And in my life, it's a weird season for me. I'll be honest. I have 2 kids, 2 daughters, 2 amazing daughters, and our oldest is at Vanderbilt, sophomore. Go Anchor Down.
Should be in the playoffs.
Should be in the playoffs. That's a whole other show we're going to have. The quarterback, though, Diego Pavia, he does a thing where he takes his shoes off and stands on the field before games just to ground himself. That's
Love
another
that.
great centering, grounding feature.
It's probably why they did as
just
well.
getting the earth on you. Yeah. Our other daughter is a senior in high school, and so we're in the college thing and looking at that. But it's
By the way, she was in your wife Wendy's belly when I met you, so that is
18 years.
terrifying.
Yeah, it's 18 years we've known each other.
Yeah.
We've written a lot of songs in 18. A lot of my best favorite songs. My best favorites.
My best favorite.
It's weird, just that it's kind of painful, and you don't want to really explore that pain too much because we don't. I think we grew up in a generation where our parents were just like, okay, go. There was no real admission of that chapter where you're doing so much together and for and with these human beings, and then they're gone. So I mean, it's it's all those the questions of purpose, like what you do to fill that extra purpose area. I mean, there's a lot to celebrate about it too, like 2 healthy kids that I'm super proud of, and they're going to go off and do their thing. But it's a lot to miss.
Are you
Parenting
scared?
is beautiful. It's awesome. I pulled a lot of my writing energy from my favorite songs that I've ever written are lullabies for my kids.
Yeah.
They're probably the most honest on a lot of levels. So It's going to be really hard, man.
But are you scared? Because I mean this both jokingly and both seriously. You're not going to have any excuses anymore. Since I've known you, you've blamed your kids on a lot of reasons why you get out of shows or out of rights, and I get it now because I did not have kids when I met you, and now I do have a child, and I get it. I use her to get out of everything now, and it's amazing.
It's
by the way.
amazing.
Great, I get what you were doing,
Yeah.
but is that also like it's interesting to me because you're at a place in your, correct me if I'm wrong, in your career where you've done a lot of the BS, and now you can kind of, what do I want to do? What's interesting? What can I prioritize? But also the kids are going to leave, so you can't be like you really have to sit with yourself alone now and be like, what do I want to be when I grow up?
Yeah, well, it's too late for that because I'm old and picking my nose with chocolate cocoa pebbles on my lip.
Lost it.
And you know what? It's not using them as an excuse either. It's it's that choice. It's like, do I spend the time here or there or there? And I think, yeah, I spent a lot of years, you're right, prioritizing like kids. Probably early on, I remember conversations with my management in New York where they were like, if you want a career in music, you don't have kids.
Or you pretend.
You sacrifice that. That's going away. Your wife and your kids, that's not. Don't
Did
think
somebody
about that.
actually say that to you?
Yeah, 100%.
In those exact words?
In those exact words, I got that conversation thrown at me, which is on some level very, very true. I think if you want to be the very, very top of the music game, I think you have to find a way to be. Selfish is the wrong word. It's just so hyper-focused on that task that you don't really have time to focus on some of the other things. And that becomes sort of the detritus of the goal, I think.
Detritus is a good word.
Isn't that? It's a military term, I think, that means like that's all the stuff left over after a battle. The detritus of war, yeah.
Music business.
Yeah, so the music business.
But that's it, it's something people don't. We actually have talked about on the show a lot about that idea. Jim and I have talked about. It's like because we're this show and everything. It's a startup, and there's places where you kind of have to say to your family, and I don't think you have to physically say it. It's sort of at least in our family, it's an understood thing that it's like whether it's Seamus and I, whoever has the more quote unquote important opportunity, they get to go. And Wendy's had to deal with this. I mean, you had to leave a gig to like a CMA gig when when your daughter was being born to pop over and say hi in the hospital and then go back to performing. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, that's absolutely, well, yeah. The day she was born, we were playing the CMA down by the river thing. And yeah, the good news is the doctor was like, do you want this baby now or do you want this baby in 5 hours? I was like, now would be
You're like,
great.
my label said I need it in like 20 years.
Yeah.
So how long can you hold it in?
Record said not at all. Can you just make this go away, Doc? No.
Well, okay, so let's be real then. So you have perhaps to a fault prioritized your family and life and having all that richness while also making music. Like you never.
I wanted my cake and to eat it.
You
too.
wanted your cake and to eat it too.
The proverbial cake and eat it too.
I get that. I feel that.
That's its own version of selfishness, right?
It is. And I look at mine, I'm like, I would have never been able to do like, say, the Taylor Swift route because I'm not saying like I chose to not be Taylor Swift. No, my point is like she does the same thing all day, every day. It's all she can have. She misses birthday parties. She misses whoever.
Yeah.
And did you ever consciously decide I'm gonna try to do both, or was it a conscious decision, or did you just fall into trying to manage everything?
I think I just fell into trying to manage everything. I'll say when I moved to Nashville from New York, my goal, I think, was getting out of New York City, sort of knowing I'd done theater in my 20s and I'd gotten to a Broadway show and I'd sort of seen the top of that mountain and thought, I don't think I can stay on this mountain for 30 years and live like the kind of life I wanted to live. Maybe have a family.
Yeah.
Maybe do other things. I think there was twofold. I didn't think I could have a family. I also didn't think I could do other people's work consistently and find gratification in it. I had to find a creative outlet. So I moved here. Larry Gatlin was really my only friend in town, and
It's a good one to have if you're going to have
well,
only
yeah,
one.
I mean, he was a good introduction to the music business. And then I started working with our good friend Marcus Hummin, who wrote "Bless the Broken Road" and "Cowboy Take Me Away" and a lot of other great songs. And he became a very good friend early and producer early. And I saw his successful marriage to his wife, who is also a very creative, outside the box thinker, who's very busy in her own world. And there are 3 kids. And I thought, so you can do this. There's a world in which you can be hyper successful as a writer, artist, and also like a good, like you can have a family. And that felt really like a cool idea. Now, if my band at Decca Records had just like wildly taken off after we played Newport Folk Festival and been on tour for 3 years, would I have made it? I don't know. Probably, who knows?
Would you still be married? Who knows?
Would I still be married? Would I have 9 kids? I don't know. Who knows? Like the path that was thrown in front of me was what was thrown in front of me, and we have figured it out yearly.
Yeah.
Day to day, week to week, year to year. Like that to me, that's the mess of being an artist. I think you just have to take the super highs with the super lows and navigate that space.
Do you think, with that being said, because I had to stop saying this actually because I was like, I love the highs and lows. I love that there's no just middle ground. One day I was like, why would you say that? Stop saying that. Just like smooth sailing could be nice, but it doesn't feel, I don't know. It didn't, at least years for me, feel like something that I want. I'm like, that's boring just to be smooth sailing.
Yeah.
And